James Ignatowich. There's another VIP section. You can see all the feet along the side. My goodness, this has been a fantastic event, the largest pickleball tournament in Arizona history. James Ignatowich starting on the left, to your point.
Yeah, so I didn't know how they would line up. I think both players, Zane and James, are versatile. They can play either side. Look for them to play up tempo here early.
Zane Navratil getting the ball down first.
Yeah, and you see how Zane really took his time in the transition zone, but wanted to sit back and give him time to take that big two-handed swing.
An ace for Zane Navratil. I'm going to call it an ace because that was it. It didn't even come off the paddle, really. So
you don't get a lot of real aces, so that may as well be one.
It's funny in the world of volleyball, if you get a ball shanked off your platform pretty bad, you go with an ace.
You just count it.
You just count
Why
it.
not? Why not? Fill up that stat sheet.
And right now they're going to have a check on the ball as well, saying, I think that one is already cracked.
Yeah, Grant Belland gave that a pretty long look after the serve he couldn't return. Looked like maybe it took a funny bounce on him.
The ball out of bounds, so some nice defense at the hand of Derek Shearer.
Ignatowich showing off some of the athleticism that he's known for, flying through the air and saying, don't you dink up my line.
Oh, Derek Shearer had a good look with the punch, but I think that is just wide.
Yeah, he hit it really clean, but might have just been a fraction of a second too early on that one.
Ooh, got away with one right there. Kept it just low enough on that shallow return.
Yeah, sometimes when you're slicing your returns accidentally short can actually end up being a good return. Tough to drive from midcourt there.
And that's the play he was looking for. Well prepared for the shake and bake, finding the backside is Derek Shearer.
Yeah, excellent hands there. Didn't have a lot of reaction time. Kept his body still. Great concentration.
And that's some of the slippery stuff I was talking about from Shearer, but Zane Navratil not fooled.
Yeah, really has some nice misdirection in his game like we were talking about. Tough to do it in the middle of an exchange there, but yeah, Zane was all over that particular one.
Speaking of misdirect, uh-oh, Zane Navratil, that was just filthy.
That was an ankle breaker right there. Grant Bond completely fooled, slid over to his right, and Zane splits him up the middle.
Going with a lob, but to the forehand side of Ignatowich.
Yeah, I like the cross-court lob from the right side because it usually goes over the left shoulder of your opponent. On that side, like you mentioned, forehand side, it's a much smaller window.
5-0. And a let serve. And you can see the strategy on the side of Navratil and Ignatowich right away, going with the third shot drives, one after another.
And they're using the shake and bake. Their partners disconnecting, fully looking to poach and trust the drive time and time again.
Well handled by Ignatowich.
Yeah, if I were Shearer and Bond here, I would consider returning to Ignatowich. They seem to be returning to Navratil. That allows Ignatowich to be the poacher. He's very, very comfortable in that role with the long reach and the fast hands. Yeah, no, absolutely. They're both great singles players. They both rip the ball, and they both poach well. So it is a pick-your-poison situation.
So if you still may likely see the shake and bake the opposite direction, what do you need to do in terms of managing the fourth? I know they just got the side out here.
You have to have the discipline that when it is a good low drive, to not try to punch it through your opponent, because they're often going to be ready to send it back with interest. So sometimes you have to surrender and simply just block and keep the ball down. The downside is with that, you are inviting your opponents to get to neutral and get all the way to the kitchen line. So I expect Navratil and Ignatowich to continue using that tactic.
There's James Ignatowich's one of his favorite shots right there off the bounce out of the middle of that forehand.
Yeah, was able to just test the hands of Grant Bond. Wasn't able to catch up with that one so far.
And again, that's the dangerous part. That fourth is causing some trouble.
Yeah, and even if it is a pick your poison situation, just I think as a team, you always want to be ready to go to that plan B and throw your opponents a different look.
Well, there's a different look there. Again, it's the shake and bake, but this time it's Ignatowich.
It's another great drive. Again, I haven't seen them be willing to try to simply block one back when it's a good drive. That's an adjustment I think they're going to need to make.
See if you can get into these dink rallies a little bit more up at the kitchen. Oh my goodness, a couple wild let cords, and Derek Shearer on the better end of it.
It looked like more of an I formation from Ignatowich and Navratil. Ignatowich was dinking on each side of the court, and Navratil was just kind of hanging back, figuring out which side he needed to fill in on. Fun point.
Trying to get some more depth on the return.
Yeah, and you need to go for more on the return when you're expecting that shake and bake. Just cook that one a little long.
Better fourth right there, putting the ball down at the feet. So Shearer and Bond look to get their first point on the board. Just low enough off the paddle of Shearer. 1 point on the board.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Ignatowich saw that it would have been there, but it just didn't quite sit up high enough. Little shake and bake themselves, a little taste of their own medicine. Yeah. And this is what they need. They need to play a couple of up-tempo points, given that the point differential here, just to kind of get some of those nerves out and find some confidence for game two.
I think that one surprised Bond. That one coming just a bit slower than maybe anticipated.
Yeah, I think he should have kept his center of gravity a little more neutral. He was kind of falling back on that block there.
Wow, look at the hands of Grant Bond. You got chicken wing twice and then closes on the forehand.
Yeah, he's starting to move and get his hips and shoulders out of the way a little bit better in these fast exchanges. Seems like he's seeing the ball a little bit better now.
Bond and Shearer playing straight up. Middle from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, they've tried going to that left hip of Navratil a couple of times. He's doing a good job of sliding and still finding the space for that two-handed backhand.
Ball back to the 11th seed. Looking for a take, he held it, but into the top of the net. Game point for Navratil and Ignatowich. Game number one to Navratil and Ignatowich, 11-3. The shake and bake is their friend. Some dangerous play between the veteran and the up-and-comer in James Ignatowich. But right now he's partnered alongside Zane Navratil, and they're looking awfully dangerous. Cameron Irwin and Kyle McKenzie.
Yeah, and it's a good partner, not just because Zane's a good player, but they can play multiple styles. You see they've been playing up-tempo very effectively, but if they're up against a team or in a match where they need to slow it down, they're both very proficient in the slower kitchen game as well.
So side out for Navratil and Ignatowich. And yet again, that first one blocked back, but still a little bit of pace.
Yeah, Ignatowich is so comfortable and confident with his hand speed. You see how he does not need much time to be effective here with that one-handed punch.
Lets it stay, and that ball is well in bounds.
Yeah, really nice volley there from Grant Bond. Was not able to just get that down, but get that right hip and kind of handcuff Ignatowich there.
However, even though Shearer and Bond didn't pick up that ball, I think the nice thing is you see the fourth, they just surrendered the kitchen, said, come on, let's get into some points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I think that's the kind of tempo that they want to play, is more of the slower game.
And there's a better look, so getting into some rallies here.
Yeah, especially Shearer. He seems to be an excellent counterpuncher,
yes.
Very comfortable moving the ball around at the kitchen line. They just haven't had an opportunity to slow the ball down that much yet.
Wow. There was some tempo coming off the paddle of James Ignatowich.
Yeah, I think they knew he was going to speed it up, but that's only half the battle. You need to know where, and that thing got on them in a hurry.
My goodness. Showing they've got some hands, but Zane Navratil is not fooled.
Yeah, it's not a bad speed up. It's just it's the same location every single time so far. They need to work a few different spots on Zane to keep him honest. Yeah, and you don't see that very often. Obviously, the returning team's almost always going to want to return and come in. Grant Bond was pushed back so far by the quality of the serve. He actually let the serving team take the net first.
So it took three, but goes the direction of Derek Shearer. But to your point, speed up, same location, just
Exactly.
a little lower. Caught him.
Yeah. Again, they're mixing up their spots a little bit better. I don't think they've gone kind of right at the left hip of Ignatowich. He uses both one and two-handed backhand, so that's a good location to kind of add some disguise to your shot.
Just relentless pressure from Navratil and Ignatowich.
Yeah, more of the same from game one. They just seem to be on offense a very high percentage this match.
Zane tries to flip around and find a backhand. I don't even know what you want to call that. An overhead backhand facing the opposite direction.
I think we would have had to name the shot had he made that one over, because it would have been the first time seeing it.
Just look at that. Oh, dearly. Kind of wanted him to, just for the heck of it.
You know, it would have been a highlight reel for sure.
You had the merry-go-round. Yeah, you got the Zane go-round. Whoa, that thing was just gnarly going. Watch this paddle angle right here from Zane Navratil.
That's the second kind of misdirection shot that we've seen out of Navratil.
Couple high balls.
Yeah, I like the choice to try to swing or punch back on that initial volley. It looked like they were ahead to start that exchange, but the athleticism and hand speed of Navratil and Ignatowich was still able to get the better of them there.
Tries to just get a paddle on that. You can just see the difference in terms of different strokes from individuals. One, either it's a heavy swing or it's a whippy swing. It's just so fun to watch these guys.
What's great about pickleball is there's not one way to play. There's not one technique. There's a wide range of acceptability, and then a lot of times something can look funky, but if it works for you, there's not necessarily a reason to change it.
No, that one's in, James Ignatowich.
And then that was the first time that Navratil has taken, a ball lower than the height of the net and tried to attack it with pace.
Okay.
He'd been more effective using more of an off-speed selection. Let's see if he goes back to that.
Ball's called out of bounds on the Ernie.
Yeah, looked like maybe just an inch wide. Read it well, set himself up, just slightly overcooked it.
You can see the the hand open from Zane Navratil. That means they're going for the switch. Just trying to get his feet out of the way.
Again, all set up by a really well-placed attack by Navratil on the inside hip of Shearer.
Finding the hip of Ignatowich.
Yeah, good location. Ignatowich had the paddle there, but his momentum was kind of drifting to the left, just pulls that ball wide.
Right time to leave there, and Zane Navratil right now just kind of taking shots up the line at Derek Shearer on the speed-ups. Up into that point, Grant Bond had done a nice job on that right side.
Yeah, for me, I think they really need to adopt more of a singles mindset on the return, really take a little bit more risk to hit a penetrating return, because if not, they're under so much pressure with that initial drive.
And James is all smiles right there as he finds one. He got really outstretched.
Yeah, he kind of jumped back into recover and was a little bit of a look what I found as the ball was hit right to him.
He says, who needs yoga when you have pickleball?
Yeah, certainly a makeable volley there from Shearer. He'd like to have that one back.
9-2 now. Ignatowich again, all over it, using his length.
Yeah, set up by the Navratil drive. He was able to dip that low. You see how the face of Shearer's paddle had to open up and lift that over the net. Ignatowich there to take advantage.
Oh, good. I'm glad they earned it, because that looked like a trick play in the middle of it. I knew it wasn't, but it looked cool. Now on to the second serve. Wow, that's one heck of a speed up there from Zane Navratil. I would not have expected that.
Yeah, he's really hitting his locations well. He went to the backhand, but he made Shearer reach for the backhand, which really makes it a tougher shot.
Second match point. Nice adjustment there from Shearer on the second.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think when there's a neutral attack his way, he really does a good job of making him pay for it. They get into trouble when they just get a little too careful with their dinks, set themselves up to be attacked a little too easy.
Finding the edges of the court is James Ignatowich. The longest rally we've had to this point.
Yeah, and it was too bad. Shearer played an excellent, excellent point, but again, the athleticism of Ignatowich and Navratil was able to extend it just long enough to get it.
And looking to take a big risk, but it goes the way of Navratil and Ignatowich. 11-3, 11-2. A strong first round for the 11 seed.
Yeah, they're all smiles here. Showed some obvious early chemistry on the court, but off the court as well. They look like they're having a great time. And again, a team to look for that has a real chance at making a good run here today.
That's Nico Montoya with the drop. He is the lefty in the blue shirt.
Yeah, excellent drop, and the forward pressure to back it up shrinks the size of the available safe locations for the Johns brothers.
Oftentimes we talk about how playing against some of these top seeds for the teams coming in now is a great measuring stick opportunity to figure out exactly what you need to work on and focus on.
Oh, absolutely, Cameron.
Two hands trying to fight that one off.
Yeah, just punched down a little bit too much. Rather see him push outward, try to get some depth on that volley.
That's Adrian Legarreta. Collin Johns right off the bat. Collin Johns got to play a little bit more left side in MLP Mesa in that format. Was highly entertaining to talk to him. He goes, yeah, but I know what pays the bills, Cam. It's that right side for me. The oohs and ahs of a let court here on Championship Court.
Yes, Collin Johns is certainly a lot more than just a right side specialist, but he has that side very figured out.
Looking to try and speed up, and you can see automatically Collin Johns' response, sitting down.
Yeah, using that pancake grip, trying to get very low with his body to cover everything with the forehand like we talked about.
So often we utilize the term pancake grip just with casualness, but maybe some viewers don't understand exactly what the pancake grip is, maybe after this point.
Sure.
Ben Johns closing middle.
Oh, the anticipation of the forehand, very impressive. But no, pancake, so it'd be more of a, what tennis players would call a Western grip.
Yeah.
It's when they're able to cover basically all the spots on their body for a counterattacking standpoint with just one side of the paddle. It takes out that indecision of choosing between a forehand or a backhand.
And how it varies dependent on whether they're at the baseline, what shots they're hitting, if they're countering, just so many different nuances. That's what it requires in terms of details to play at this professional level. And Collin was well prepared for that one, but a little too much.
Might have saw it too well. It looked like he was a little bit early on that one.
Still, ball goes the way of the Johns. You feel like you're into a rally, you're starting to find yourself, and then all of a sudden, the Johns just go, nope, I'm closing the door.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to attack cross court against the Johns brothers. Hands just probably a little bit too fast.
Montoya wondering if that ball is in or out, but he did a nice job at the kitchen line to that point.
Yeah, and I like what Legarreta did there, using his feet, running around, finding more attacks on the forehand side. They didn't win the point there, but that's what they're going to need to do a certain amount of.
Ben Johns setting up his brother perfectly.
And I mentioned they have the geometry of the court figured out. They know exactly the moment that Ben pushed Montoya out wide. Collin knew exactly where the likely dink would go.
Forehands on the outside right now for Legarreta and Montoya.
Yeah, with that righty-lefty, normally you're going to see them try to keep those forehands in the middle, but kept them on the outside for that point.
Game point for the Johns. Not so fast. Getting the ball back, a side out on the side of the number 32 seed.
1-10-1.
Ooh-wee, finding the right hip.
Yeah, he really took his time with that one, realized it sat up just enough to be able to be aggressive, and a great location on the speed up there.
1-10-2.
Bunting a few balls back, and then the lefty, the southpaw, Nico Montoya, with a great shot.
No, I love it. He sits on that two-hander, but then anticipates where the next one's going to go. Great movement.
Just a little missed execution there on the side of Montoya and Legarreta.
10-2-1.
And game number one to the number one team. Ben Johns and Collin Johns pick up the first. The 32 seed coming through the qualifier, though, with a daunting task of facing number one.
0-0-2.
And that's one of the infamous Ben Johns disguises.
Yeah, he's starting to get his shoulders involved more, making it look like a speed up is coming, and then choosing for that aggressive angled dink.
The hard part is, even if you know that's one of his shots, your natural instinct when you see a massive windup, the first thing your body and your brain is telling you is, uh-oh, prepare for a speed up.
Yeah, it makes you freeze up a little bit more, and then it makes you susceptible to those out wide dinks if your feet aren't moving. So it's a really nice, another thing that, like your question, that he's added into his game in the last year or so.
And there's the flick from Ben Johns.
Yeah, excellent location, going to the left hip of Montoya there, knowing he's a lefty. That might be the side where it's a little tough to find the forehand.
Overhead crush by Ben Johns. This match is led, of course, by John Friesner as our lead official. Our second is Wendy Rass.
Point. Three, 0-1.
Nice two-handed speed up on the side of Legarreta.
Yeah, and you see Johns was almost fully down on the ground for that one, just unable to time the counter punch.
Side out.
And on the board are Montoya and Legarreta. Maybe, excuse me, not so fast. Just a side out. And you can see that there's definitely paddle skills on the side of Montoya and Legarreta.
Yeah, very athletic. Obviously, we talked about their tennis background.
Missed return off of a very nice serve.
Yeah, great depth on that one, really affecting the weight transfer of Collin Johns, wanting to go diagonal to that right side after the return.
Collin Johns, hop in the corner.
Yeah, he's really created that instinct of every time that that his brother pushes that ball out wide, he's looking for that earn. He's been very successful with it early on.
3-1-1.
Just a fantastic drop from Collin Johns to set that up.
Yeah, absolutely. When the ball gets lower than the knees of his opponents, Johns can really disconnect freely and look to poach, which he did nicely there.
And it's the combinations, not only just from one player to one shot, it's actually between the two, how they can really come together in a firefight.
Yeah, they know where to lean. It's not just their reflexes, but their anticipation is what's so hard to be able to measure, but it is on point early on this morning.
Well, and it's from one player to the other, right? It's not even just the shake and bake like on your own. It's the ability to see what your teammate is doing, find the right response.
Yeah, like I mentioned, they really have figured out the blueprint of pro men's doubles, and they've figured out where to be in which situation very nicely.
Ben Johns, of course, looking to find another triple crown. So far, he's found himself in 2 finals tomorrow.
Yeah, really nice speed up there by Montoya. I love the footwork. It kept him very balanced on that. Was able to just jam Johns just enough on that right hip. Not able to straighten out that forehand.
That is a big drive from Montoya. He nearly lost his feet on that one.
Well, and look at the shape he was able to get. Johns was forced to take that volley almost at his ankles.
A good leave. He had his paddle up and dropped it.
I love what they're doing here. They're playing a very conscious effort to be up-tempo, playing to their strengths here, and see if they can keep riding this momentum.
It's 5-all. Cut got a little high.
Yeah, Johns definitely clued in to lean in and kind of maximize his reach. So dangerous with that one-handed backhand flick.
5-5-2.
Now second serve. I think Legarreta almost questioned himself. He goes, this ball couldn't be this high to attack.
Absolutely right. I think he was surprised that Johns gave him something to work with there. Collin Johns, that is.
Point.
Yeah, even though they didn't win the point there, I like the speed up again from Montoya. You know, you could say, oh, well, they should be more patient, but the Johns brothers give so little away. At some point, you're going to have to choose to be aggressive. I didn't mind the play.
And there it is again. It just forces you to feel so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I know I would be nervous seeing the #1 player in the world right in front of me, winding up like he's going to power it right through me.
Looks like he's going to put a hole through you.
Point.
I love that, the competitive spirit from Legarreta.
No, yeah, he can feel it. They're right in this second game. He knew that was makeable. It just looked like he's a little indecisive between staying on offense or committing to that block and slowing it down.
Second server.
So they're forcing that ball to the side of Ben Johns in terms of trying to keep him a little bit more neutralized at the baseline. I was going to say that was a great cover there by Montoya and a nice pickup.
Yeah, they extended the play there. The Johns brothers just a little bit too much in that point for him.
9-5-2.
I mean, they are just carving this ball. It's not just Ben, but Collin, even on that, just so dialed in to the exact length to the baseline.
Well, it's such a tough speed up because you have to measure the spin and also the pace. You have to take enough pace off that ball to give it a chance to land in.
Side out.
A side out now for Montoya and Legarreta as they fended off
5-10-1.
one match point. The quick hold and roll from Ben Johns.
And you see so many other points. He's been setting that up with rolling that ball inside out. It opens up the middle when he's able to keep them honest like that.
Ben Johns, just unreal right there. Great execution, so athletic. Working around the court. Somebody's calling for a new ball, and that's probably right. That one's gone.
You're probably not wrong. He absolutely hammered that one.
10-5-1. Point game match.
Match goes to the #1 team, Ben and Collin Johns. Crowd on their feet as they will be moving on, but still some great opportunity for Montoya and Legarreta to pick up some nice learning cues against the #1 team.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, they pushed them for a bit in that second game.
They did.
There's a lot of established pro teams that can lose to the Johns brothers with a similar or worse scoreline, so they've got a lot to be proud of here today.
Yeah, without a doubt, 11-2, 11-5. So Ben Johns and Collin Johns are moving on. Desert Ridge Open, presented by Foot Solutions. Wesley Burrows gets us started.
Point.
And first point to Burrows and Garnett. Now, before the break, you mentioned picking spots in terms of those speed ups for Connor Garnett and Wesley Burrows. After this point, I'd love to know, what are some of those spots? And right on cue, you see the first speed up from Connor Garnett.
Yeah, so both Frazier and Johnson really keep their feet planted in these fast exchanges. So for me, they've got great backhand volleys, but if you can get them reaching for the backhand, neither of them really use two hands on the counter very often. So if they can get them reaching to the backhand side just a little bit, where they don't have their body behind the counter, that'll often sit up just enough to give you the advantage.
Okay, so an extended reach on the backhand side.
That's what I would go for, yep.
Second serve.
Nice, another fast exchange, well done. And to my point, I would say I would do that on J.W. Johnson playing the left side. Be very tough to find a reaching backhand with Frazier, given that that'll often just be a forehand for Johnson. So with Frazier, I might try to work that chicken wing, right shoulder, or right hip location.
Side out.
Connor Garnett and Wesley Burrows currently looking straight into the sun, something to keep note of as the day continues. Sometimes those lobs got a little dicey over the last few days.
Second serve.
And to me, that's in the budget for Garnett and
Fair.
Burrows. And I haven't seen Burrows and,
1, 2,
Garnett
2.
play together, but on paper, I think they're a team that makes sense. Garnett really plays best with players that can play that fast, up-tempo style with him.
Side out.
Yeah, and if there's a superpower of J.W. Johnson beyond his hand speed, it is that backhand flick. Doesn't need a lot of space to be offensive with that shot.
Nice protection there from Wesley Burrows, and Connor Garnett works with that two-handed backhand roll in the dink, and sometimes that can cause some issues in terms of the ATP.
Yeah, the top spin really explodes off the court, so he's got to be careful not pulling J.W. Johnson out too wide.
You can see just a little bit more calculated on the overheads on the side of Burrows and Garnett. Got to find the ball first.
Yeah, I like the patient aggression. They didn't try to do too much with the ball when it wasn't there. Really waited for it to be high enough to put that overhead away.
Second serve.
And that's the downside of that shake and bake or the poach. If the initial
1, 2,
drive
2.
sits up just a little higher, tough when the ball's coming at your feet as the poacher.
Side out.
And there's one of the first looks. Connor Garnett will take a step back and just unload.
And that's his shot, but to me,
2, 1,
that
1.
that dink from Johnson was a little too penetrating of a slice to be able to fire off the bounce line.
Oh boy,
Second serve.
heads up.
Sometimes a little higher, just takes it out of that paddle
2, 1,
strike
2.
zone. It's a nice spot hit there by Garnett.
ATP neutralized, but that's the complimentary shot from Connor Garnett up the line.
Yeah, no, and Frazier's so
1,
good
2,
with
1.
that backhand volley. We talked about maybe find the forehand or the right hip being your better opportunity for a speed-up location. Well executed there by Garnett.
Second serve.
That cut just got away. JW takes advantage.
1, 2, 2. Side out.
Tough all the way at the video board.
Yeah, sometimes tougher to
2, 1,
make
1.
that drive when the return's so deep, kind of pushing you off balance a little bit.
Point.
Really nice disguise there by the attack by Frazier. Found the right hip of
3, 1, 1.
Garnett and really disguised it very, very well.
Point.
Another point on the board now for the number 4 seed.
4, 1, 1. Point.
JW Johnson patrolling the middle very well right now with the expectation of the speed up.
Yeah, and what Garnett needs to add in every now and then is when he has that big take back, rolling the dink out wide
Point.
to take advantage of Johnson sliding over and covering the
Timeout
middle with his
receiving.
forehand.
6, 1. 1.
Right now they have the 6-1 lead. Trying to
Second
find the
serve.
ball, but it lands on the side of JW and Dylan.
6, 1, 2.
Getting some help from the net is Connor Garnett, but you also were talking to me just about the take back, right, of Connor Garnett and what he has the ability to do in terms of opening up one more shot on that backhand side.
Yeah, I think, you know, what's tough for him in his progression as a player is when he has that big two-handed take back, people know the attack's coming, but he's been having so much success with no disguise, it's like, why change it? But for this top level of the men's game, adding a little bit of a disguise or a variety or making look like the speed up is coming, and then maybe going with an aggressive dink just often enough to get his opponents off balance.
Yeah, maybe that back cross court. You think of Ben Johns, who does the nice job of that with one hand on that backhand side, kind of the big take back, right? And then rolling cross court. So maybe find a little bit more disguise. Just a fantastic firefight as they continue through this.
Second serve.
Took a little bit of a funky bounce there for J-Dub.
Yeah, Burrows put a lot of backspin on that slice, given J-Dub fits on that drop attempt.
Nice setup there from Wesley Burrows.
Yeah, and again, the location, if there has been one that's been working on Dylan Frazier, it is that forehand side, kind of near that right hip, where he's got a little bit of that indecision of, do I slide and keep it as a backhand, or do I keep it a forehand?
2-6-1. Point. Three, 6-1.
One more. They're starting to move quickly.
And that's going to be a big confidence booster. He hasn't been able to find that attack up the middle until that moment. That's going to be big for him.
So quick. Wow, the lateral movement from Connor Garnett.
Yeah, he's really known for playing just a little bit off the line, and it really enhances his athleticism and hand speed, makes him very difficult to attack.
So you mean there are times to play off the kitchen line?
There is. There are a few. A few.
Oh, man.
5-6-2.
Wesley Burrows had a good look on that with his paddle, but not quite enough touch against J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. Whoa. That is some wild defense right there.
Yeah, it was a good shake and bake from Frazier and Johnson, but a great little reflex volley from Burrows there to find the open court.
He nearly had it.
Yeah,
he wanted to set up that big two-handed backhand.
His first lob attempt we've seen. The lob wasn't great, but he almost got himself out of jail with a beautiful backhand up the line, just a little wide.
Point.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of a miscommunication on that middle ball from Garnett and Burrows there.
8-5-2.
8-5-2 now.
Point. Nine, 5-2. Point.
Make it 10-5-2. Things starting to trend towards the direction of the 4 seed.
Yeah,
10,
that
5, 2.
backhand flick of J.W. Johnson's really been the difference so far in this first game.
Side out. 5-10-1. Second serve.
You hear Wesley Burrows, get over. Trying to encourage the ball.
5-10-2. Point.
Combination.
Yeah, again, Garnett going to that that forehand side of Frazier. He was there for the first one,
6-10-2.
but good anticipation by Burrows and Garnett for the second.
Side out.
That ball did not give enough air.
Yeah, and again, that's where we talk about just the progression of Connor Garnett as a player. He has the tools, but it's creating that discipline to know which balls really are just a little too ambitious to attack.
Ball out of bounds, number 4 seed, 11-6. Connor Garnett and Wesley Burrows finding some solid success, but J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier just so steady the court. 60 pros on the Carvana PPA Tour.
Side out.
That time it works, finding the left shoulder of Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, tough to tell. Looks like maybe had a little help from the little let cord there, but again, fortune favors the bold, and often that ball will go over.
Sometimes you got to take some risks.
Second serve.
Yeah, you see the short, efficient counterpunching stroke of Dylan Frazier, able to just punch that forehand for the winner.
0-0-2. Point.
Point on the board for Garnett and Burrows.
1-0-2. Point.
Add one more. You put up the paddle, an apology.
They're having some good karma so far here in game number 2. The net is on their side.
2-0-2.
And that's a great little dig by Burrows to even extend that point just a little too high on the drive from Garnett, allowing his opponents to hit down on that volley to his partner's feet.
Point.
Both Dylan and JW sit at 21 years old. Dylan Frazier still doing school
1-2-1.
right now at the University of Missouri, where he's getting his business administration degree online.
Point.
It's getting tough when it gets on the body like that for Wes Burrows.
Yeah, and Frazier and Johnson really
2-2-1.
don't step off the line much, and they've just been getting the better of Garnett and Burrows in most of these fast exchanges so
serve.
far.
Two. Side out.
Winning a dink rally, that's got to give you some confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the pattern that he's
2-2-1.
necessarily favored in with Johnson. So anytime you can win some of those slower points, it's really going to help you get over the finish line.
Second serve. 2-2-2.
Little pop wrap up there. And just in these early points, have you seen any terms of adjustment on either side?
Yeah, not too much. I mean, right there, I would have liked to see Burrows be a little more decisive,
2-2-1.
knowing that Garnett's going to drive, about either staying back with him and then just looking to drop, or fully disconnecting and looking for the poach. When you kind of get caught halfway in between, you're kind of not really doing a great job of being on
3-2-1.
offense or defense there.
Sort of a different no man's land, right?
Exactly.
An internal one.
Point.
A little ambitious.
Yeah, I mean, that's his game,
4-2-1.
but you're right. Maybe could have waited for a slightly higher ball to ultimately fire the attack there.
Point.
Some help from the net for Dylan Frazier. I actually caught up with Dylan. I asked him how he got into pickleball. And apparently, his mother, Cindy,
5-2-1.
played recreationally when she was in college.
Second serve.
ATP for Connor Garnett.
And he does not need a lot of space out wide there with that two-handed backhand.
5-2-2.
Very comfortable going around the post.
Side out.
And one more. So J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier surrender the ball. Side out
2-5-1.
for Wesley Burrows and Connor Garnett.
Point.
Make it 3-5.
And again, for Frazier and Johnson, they're both known for being so
3-5-1.
grounded with their feet. If you can start finding attack locations that make them stretch, often they aren't taking that step with it, and then they can get a little overextended. Look at the defense.
And it lands in bounds.
No way.
Connor Garnett and Wesley Burrows. Yeah, you deserve some extra applause on that one.
Yeah, Burrows is telling the crowd to get up. This is what you're here for.
4-5-1.
4-5 now. Make it 5-5 with a walk-off.
Yeah, Burrows has kind of been kept out a lot of these plays. I love him being a little more bold and saying, hey, I can poach out here as well. Beautiful anticipation here.
5-5-1. Second
I was
serve.
going to say, important to note, too, that little run was only on the first serve, so they still get to potentially add to the total. Watch out! Connor Garnett again. That backhand is a weapon.
When he gets a ball up at all, he has the ability of using his left hand and whipping across his body. So tough to defend against that one for a winner.
6-5, so a lead change. Connor Garnett and Wes Burrows up by just one.
As he's at the top of the game now.
His mother, Cindy, and actually I talked with him too, and he said his favorite pickleball memory in his career to this point is still playing alongside his mom, Cindy. I just thought that was the sweetest thing.
Yeah, seems like a heart of gold for the young man, and tough to root against him or his partner, J.W. Johnson.
Well, right now they need to find a little something special, down by one here in game 2 versus Connor Garnett and Wesley Burrows.
Second serve.
Yeah, and Cameron, you asked me if there'd been any adjustments from game 1 to game 2, and what I've noticed here is the court positioning of Burrows.
5-6-2.
They're kind of keeping him out of the play on the right side and going mostly to Garnett, and he's really adjusted and looking to clog the middle now just to change the shots. And what that's going to do is it's going to make it to where Garnett isn't going to have to move back and forth as much to cover that middle, so he can have his feet set more often with hitting those backhands.
So a little bit more aggressive court positioning from Wes Burrows. You can see that left foot. Watch how he moves right now on the right side.
Second serve.
Wes Burrows ended up with his right foot on the center line, just to show you. I know obviously protecting the middle with this attempted ATP.
6-5-2.
It's one way to get your feet out of the way. Wes Burrows did a much better job clearing his body out of the way on the counterpunch.
Yeah. Connor Garnett, rather, did such a good job staying alive in those points. He really thrives kind of in the chaos there.
Some help from the net for J-Dub.
Yeah, again, he's been very, very effective when he's had opportunities to lean in and flick that one-handed backhand.
You know, it's funny, on social media, one of my favorite quotes from J-Dub is, when you have the flick, you don't need the feet.
Okay, all right.
And of course, that was more in reference, not necessarily to moving his feet, but he busted a sock when he was trying to chase down a ball while playing alongside his sister, Georgia.
Sounds like he doesn't want to move any more than he has to.
Nope.
Right? All about efficiency out here. Got a nice angle there by Garnett. Both players are kind of leaning the other way. Pulled that one across his body. Nice finish.
6-7-2.
6-7, second serve. And a little miscommunication. I do feel as if after that last timeout, Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson maybe just testing the middle a little bit more with some of those dinks.
They are. They're trying to go middle to be able to open it up out wide. Burrows is leaning that side, but if they get it down, there's still not a whole lot he can do other than just take it back.
J.W. Johnson looking again for the defensive lob and sends it up, but Burrows and Garnett still come up with another.
He had a odd shot selection for being in the middle of the court there, but he knew he was out of position, thought he would just try to trust their defense and athleticism.
Second serve.
Burrows is frustrated. No, he had just a tiny window there on the shake and bake, just wasn't able to straighten that backhand out.
7-7-2.
7-7, second serve.
Point.
8-7. So right now, if you're Connor Garnett and Wesley Burrows, what are you telling yourself in terms of strategy to finish out this second game?
Well, I think up-tempo is working, so they have to look to continue to be aggressive, but understand when it's not there, switch roles, and make your opponents work the point a little bit.
Point.
It's just hitting the top of the net time and time again right now.
Yes, the tape has favored them this game, but long-term it all evens out, so just ride the momentum while it's on your side.
9-7-2.
What a dig by Burrows.
And nice job by J-Dub right there. I know you mentioned the dig. That thing was phenomenal, and it also, yet again, crawled over the top of the net. But they get the ball back now, 7-9. I was about to say, they just nearly saved themselves. That was a pop-up.
Yeah, he definitely floated that backhand roll. Good job by J.W. Johnson closing in and going on offense.
Second serve.
I like that speed up by Garnett. I do.
Do you?
Because
really?
J.W. Johnson has to be leaning middle. He's been leaning middle the entire time. If you don't use that one too often, it can really fool your opponents.
The reason I said it with such tone is because traditionally you're thinking a speed up in the transition zone. You're not on the kitchen line, so that's why I liked clarifying on that regard.
Absolutely. It's
Your
more about
pickleball traditionalist.
where he hit it and the fact that he hasn't used it too often this match.
Point.
Nice fend off from Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, that ball got up on him, but he was still able to block that and keep it just low enough to take it out of the strike zone from Garnett on the next one.
It's match point for Johnson and Frazier. And it worked again.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's making me nervous.
And that one even made me nervous, right? Because he let it be known he was really falling backwards. But again, sometimes aggression just wins out.
Risk it for the biscuit. And taking some pace off too. Sometimes that's all you got to do.
Yeah, anytime that you see Garnett have to go to that one-handed backhand, it usually means the quality of his opponent's shot was too low, and so he's resorting to just trying to block that back.
Wesley Burrows puts his hand to his face. He had a good look, but 3 inches just wide of the sideline.
And it's a tough location to snap that one-handed back across your body. In hindsight, he made it have more success just going right up the middle.
So they fend off yet another match point for Johnson and Frazier. Johnson and Frazier have trailed most of this second game until they got to match point at 10-9. Adjustment right there. You saw it utilized both on the side of Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson on the last point.
Yeah, no, they played their game. They stayed right in there. Connor Garnett was very bold, kept firing, like that he played his style at the end there. But just, again, the counter-punching, the overall consistency of J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier, just a little bit too much for him today.
Heddings on the left side. He is a right-handed player, as Teoni is a lefty.
Yeah, look for them to obviously stack and try to probably keep their forehands in the middle for this match.
Teoni catches Riley Newman. That's got to make you feel good to start.
I've played some games with Teoni, and he really has a way of holding that forehand speed up to the last possible second until you've kind of committed as to which side you're going to move.
Riley Newman says, no, that came off your chest.
That's not going to fly here.
That is not below your wrist, sir.
Side out.
Taking a headshot at Riley Newman. And I say that only jokingly.
0-0-1.
Yeah, Teoni lives here in Phoenix. I believe he gets some games with Riley Newman on a semi-regular basis, so should have a pretty good idea of what Mr. Newman brings to the table.
Be impressed with Teoni's hops right there, but Riley Newman shuts the door.
Yeah, and Matt Wright showing off some of the variety that he has. He's such a good attacker, but he also goes to that lob effectively more than a lot of the other top pros.
When Matt and Riley first got together, there was a lot of questions as to maybe who's playing right, who's playing left. They tested different things until finally kind of falling suit here with Riley on the left, and it's paid off, especially in the later half of 2022.
Yeah, I think with Riley Newman being a much better mover than Matt Wright out there, playing that left side allows him to play a little bit more freely from a mobility standpoint.
They faced off in one of the best semifinals that I have seen yesterday in mixed doubles. To see this partnership then be on opposite sides of the net, that one was just so wild. Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova getting the better end of game 3.
Second serve.
Yeah, that was the highlight of the day. The crowd was packed. It was a tight 3-gamer. Every game was really in question as to who was going to come out on top. Little strong from Heddings there.
5-0-2.
another point on the board for Matt Wright and Riley Newman. So
Yeah.
take a look, though, now. We're going to show you some grandstand as well, because they're in game 3. The Johns dropped game 2, 4-11, after getting a pickle in the first, 11-0.
Yeah, sometimes there's no way to predict these score lines, is there, Cameron? Love to see the bounce back and the grit from Tardio and Hewitt, though a lot of teams would fold after taking a beating like that, and they come back out and have a chance to pull off the upset here. Good for them.
Well, and that's what's so wild about the game of pickleball, right? All of a sudden, you'll be feeling so great and in your game, and then you drop a game, and you're going, what in the world? Where did this score come from?
Yeah, now you're questioning every shot that you hit. And just, yeah, momentum is a real thing in sports, and it feels like it's extra real out here on the pickleball court.
You got to go highlight reel right there for Riley Newman, though. He hit an overhead with his right hand and then an overhead with his left hand.
He is amazingly comfortable at switching hands and has a lot of feel with his left hand there.
That was almost the equivalent of the disguise, a bigger wind up and hold from Riley Newman.
And Riley Newman's really the first person that I've seen that started that. It seemed like John's kind of picked up on that little shoulder fake that Newman kind of implemented into his game.
Second serve.
Matt Wright is just shaking his head, saying, really? Riley, of course, just getting back from a trip to Australia. He went to watch the Australian Open. He actually got a chance to attend 4 different days. And he also taught several pickleball clinics across Australia and New Zealand, doing his own work to try and grow the game.
Yeah, I've been to Melbourne myself, an excellent sports city. And during the Australian Open, that's when you want to go there, absolutely.
One of the great vets in the game of pickleball. I love the story he has in terms of finding the sport. He said he was obviously a great tennis player. They actually took a tennis ball and punctured it and played with wooden paddles. The first time they taped lines. I'm not kidding, this is seriously. So took tennis court, he was doing tennis for conditioning, so they tape lines down on the court to make it smaller. We're using $5 wooden paddles, punctured a tennis ball, and yeah, that was 6 months before he played in his first US Open. Teoni looking to take a shot.
Yeah, that's the risk you take when you flick. If you just take a little too much of the ball and don't barely graze up of it, it can carry on you just a little bit like it did for Teoni there.
There's Teoni.
Yeah, and we mentioned that I think they're somewhat familiar with each other's games.
Yeah.
Newman got him one time with that speed up, but the next couple times he's gone there, Teoni's got a good job of getting his body in front of that ball for the backhand counter.
Side out.
Finding the middle right now is Riley Newman. Side out on the side of the 2 seed.
8-2-1.
The load up from Riley Newman, but Teoni getting the better of this.
8-2-2. Side out.
Yeah, nice play by Heddings there. Did a good job of really putting Newman and Wright on defense with the first backhand and puts the next forehand away right at Matt Wright.
Second serve. Two, 8-2. Side out.
A little frustration as the third is missed on the side of Teoni.
8-2-1. Point.
Also important to note, it seems as if the Johns have found the
9-2.
game they had in game number 1, now up 9-1 in game 3 on the grandstand. You defend a fantastic ATP and then have to try and handle the overhead from Matt Wright. No, thank you.
Yeah, and that's what it takes to win points at this level. These guys, just it's not one shot that gets you. It's an absolute combination of offense, and pretty tough to come out on the right end of that.
11-2 is your first game score. Matt Wright and Riley Newman off to a strong start on the Carvana PPA Tour for the second stop, the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open, presented by Foot Solutions. Right now, we're right in the middle of a matchup between Matt Wright and Riley Newman versus Teoni and Heddings. That's Pesa Teoni and Kris Heddings.
Side out.
Watch out for your head, Heddings.
Yeah, it was a nice attack into the body from Newman there. You saw how Heddings was leaning towards his forehand in the middle. Pretty tough when you're shaded that way to cover the body there.
0-0.
Women's action now underway as well for women's doubles.
Yeah, and Teoni's had quite a few uncharacteristic return errors here. Definitely going to need to clean that up if they want to push Wright and Newman here in game 2.
Point.
And Heddings giving Matt a little bit of a hard time, saying, really?
I hate to be the one to say it, but based on where that ball went, I'm not sure that he needed the net to be effective on that attack.
Point.
Double overhead. It's called a power-up.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Wright has had so much success with the lob, given that Teoni and Heddings are a righty-lefty team. Normally the lob through the middle is over a backhand shoulder, but it's tougher to do when both forehands are in the middle like that.
High fives for Riley Newman, winning a firefight.
Yeah, great hands there by Teoni, but this is the Newman wheelhouse. Those fast exchanges, not sure if there's just about anybody in the world better.
Foot fault, right foot. Referee correction. Reserve, sorry.
So a foot fault called, but a correction by our official. The ball did bounce, so not a kitchen violation. It happens. Teoni was there early enough to change his paddle angle with his wrist right at the last second.
Yeah, and I love the choice to jump the kitchen too, not just the execution, but knows that Newman will often stay in that pattern, kind of daring his opponents to attack him, but I like the choice.
Shouting for a reason. He took an uber aggressive jump back to the middle to cover after that wide dink.
0-4.
And Riley Newman says, there's the back door.
Yeah, I think if you are going to drive the ball at Riley Newman, I talked about this yesterday, I think you're better off aiming right at his belly button. Once he gets a little bit of extension on either side, so difficult with those volleys.
Side out.
Riley Newman changing the equation there, going more up the line.
4-0-1.
Finger wag lovingly to Matt Wright, saying, Matt, where do you think you're going?
Not poaching on me today.
a very nice point defensively, getting themselves back to the kitchen.
Yeah, and Wright smiling a little bit. He went for a very fancy misdirection shot, certainly in his arsenal, but unable to convert there.
Oh, so fancy, right?
Oh, so fancy.
1-4 Teoni and Heddings getting a nice drive on their side and a point.
Second serve.
Teoni's starting to take some cuts at the ball.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was fully balanced there. Maybe needed to be just a half step closer to the ball on that one. And that's the challenge of speeding up through this team. He kind of fooled Newman, who went for the earning thinking a dink was coming, but Wright slides on over, able to convert on that backhand counterpunch.
And the switch, you saw Teoni on the left there. See what takes shape here in terms of sides played. They do go with the switch. Organized chaos. I'm not sure Teoni even knew he was playing the right.
I was going to say, I think they got pretty fortunate there. I think maybe there's a little miscommunication about which side Teoni was going to cover after the return, but they were able to get away with it there.
Oh, that was almost a highlight reel worthy moment for Kris Heddings.
Yeah, Devilliers, known to be very good at those shots, almost straightened that out behind the back from Heddings out. Yeah, sometimes, you know, it's tough when you're clogged in the middle like that to know how far to go. It looked like he was just dared to keep going just slightly out of his reach there.
Opening up the forehand is Heddings.
Yeah, and Heddings has done a really nice job in that left-to-left pattern with Newman of not missing dinks, staying neutral. They just haven't been able to create a whole lot of offense on their own so far in this match.
Better get out of the way. That ball is wide.
Well, they had Newman and Wright scrambling and running all over. Ultimately, they're able to get the point from Lemire.
Look at that hustle from Riley Newman. Leigh picking up the Triple Crown back at the Hyundai Masters event. The women's double, though, was earned by her and Anna Bright. So she's now working with Catherine Parenteau. Dizon and Tereshchenko playing alongside one another. And now Bright is playing alongside Vivian David.
Second serve.
4-1, though, for Matt Wright and Riley Newman here on championship court. The tweener from Riley Newman opens up the court, but always one of the great showmen.
No, absolutely, but it was all set up by the half volley backhand lob by Kris Heddings. Puts it on a dime. Great shot.
He says, all right, now run, Riley. Oh, I was hoping we were going to get another. Same play, and again, it goes back Heddings' way.
I don't know if that's Kris Heddings out there or Callan Dawson, but he is putting on a half volley lob clinic, an extremely difficult shot to pull off.
checking whether the ball's in or out of bounds is Heddings.
Yeah, just couldn't quite clear his body. Looked like that one caught the line from Newman there.
4-3-1. Second serve.
The big out call from Heddings.
Yeah, it was a great job by Teoni and Heddings there. Looked like Riley Newman was in control of that exchange, but Heddings got just enough on his counter.
Side out.
Maybe a bit too tight on Matt Wright right there on the drive. A little closer to the heel of his hand.
Second serve.
Lots of acreage to work with for Matt Wright.
Yeah, and I don't blame Teoni for closing in and looking to shake and bake off that, but Wright doing a good job of pulling that across his body to the open court.
Some dinner is served. Grab the steak and mashed potatoes for Pesa Teoni.
My goodness, he had everybody fooled there. I mentioned how he can hold that ball a little longer, and yeah, perfectly executed. You love to see this, right? They're on center court. They're playing the number 2 seed. They've got nothing to lose. Here's the time to just make the most of this opportunity.
It's the celebration that got me. Man, if you love pickleball, this is just fun to watch.
5-4-2.
Add another error on for Wright and Newman right now, as it is now 6-4, Teoni and Heddings with the advantage. Make it 7-4. And I will say there is something to be said when you're playing somebody with a little bit of a different playing style, right, than maybe you're accustomed to at a certain point. So it's challenging right now for Wright and Newman. And there's the adjustment. He earned 2 of them, but then Riley Newman quick to cover behind Matt Wright.
Yeah, he jumped on that one pretty quickly, like you mentioned, and didn't look like Heddings had quite the same depth on that lob as he had on his previous 2 successful ones.
Yeah, just some different shot selection, right, coming your direction.
Yeah, and they got caught. It looks like they don't want to unwind the stack when Heddings is returning, so they're forced to play that point with both backhands in the middle.
Whoa. Talk about some pace from Teoni.
Yeah, Teoni got a nice little wrist snap on that backhand flick. Caught that right hip of Matt Wright. Excellent execution there.
5-7-2.
Teoni knows he had the availability.
And interesting here, we've got a change of formation. Looks like Newman and Wright are wanting to just throw Heddings and Teoni just a little different look. Obviously, they're both capable of playing either side at a very high level.
Oh, that's a great call by you as Matt Wright points to the crowd. He's playing the left. He's having a full conversation with somebody in the crowd. Thumbs up for Riley Newman.
Yeah, he had a lot of shape on that ball. Looked like it was going to go long off the paddle, but the spin was able to keep that one just in.
So they grab the lead back. And Matt made the move to work around the edge.
And ever since they made that switch, you can see how it's bothered Teoni. He's not really sure what spots to go with, and it's clearly affecting his shot selection.
Make it one more. So Matt Wright and Riley Newman find themselves at match point.
10-7-2.
With a nice little comeback here in game 2.
Side out.
Teoni's rather quick.
Yeah, very fast hands, very strong young man as well. So when he times those counter punches, it really comes off the paddle quickly.
He has some highlight reels from singles as well. Think back to some of
the sliding
action
ATP.
we saw
Yeah,
from
heck
him.
yes.
And the drop lob.
Second serve.
Created his own shot.
Yeah, looks like Heddings was apologizing there. Probably should have laid off that one, but so tough to make that decision in a fraction of a second.
7-10-2.
I think one of the other elements you have to pay attention to is on that switch as Riley's now back on the other side is maybe they didn't want to have to deal with the lob over the top of Matt Wright. It says try and lob me now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it presents some different options and takes some shots away for their opponents.
Like he's swatting a flyaway, Matt Wright, to the cross court.
All right, right back. Let's go.
10-8-1.
It's match point for Matt Wright and Riley Newman.
Second serve.
Says, hold me back, partner. Don't let me cross this kitchen line.
Yeah, Teoni again having success, speeding up, lined up with Riley Newman. I've got to think that the familiarity with each other's games is what's leading to the confidence and the execution there.
Points game match.
Nearly a full layout for Teoni, but 11-8. Too much pressure from Matt Wright and Riley Newman with a nice comeback in game 2.
You know, and Cameron, I was so impressed with the lack of being stubborn or prideful out there, knowing that they're the favorites, but still recognizing, hey, I don't need to be the alpha or strong player all the time. If my partner presents some different options, let's let them live on the left for a little bit. Really, really impressive decision.
No, and you're 100% right. I love it too. Just making sure they're exactly where they need to be, making in-game adjustments, not showing too much pride in that regard, and just picking up the win when they need it.
Yeah, and that's what experience can do, right? You know kind of what you do best, but you also know how to adjust if your normal patterns aren't working. Really, really impressive decision by them.
So Matt Wright and Riley Newman, 11-2, 11-8. A great look behind the scenes to the #1 team in the world for men's pro doubles, Ben Johns and Collin Johns. They now have a task in front of them. That is Jay Devilliers, Jocelyn Devilliers, and DJ Young. This is the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open, presented by Foot Solutions. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Kyle, we talked about the creative play of DJ Young and Jay Devilliers. Right now, they're going to have to create some points against the #1 team.
Point.
So when you're facing off against Ben and Collin, knowing what your own scouting report is, what are some areas you might look to attack?
Yeah, obviously a certain amount of it's just going to be the fundamentals, right? Applying pressure, making your opponents work, even though they are the best team in the world. But I think when you get a neutral ball, when you get a ball that you've earned that maybe isn't sitting up on a silver platter, but something that could be attackable, I think you need to vary and not just attack Collin Johns.
Okay.
A lot of players make that mistake, but Ben Johns is so good at playing off the ball. You have to vary some attacks, I think, back behind him, I think into the body of Ben Johns, just to keep him honest also.
All right, so maybe a little bit more of a varied attack from DJ Young and Jay Devilliers as they find a new ball here. I was looking back to Masters to see maybe if these two teams had faced off against one another, and they have not to this point with this exact alignment.
Second serve.
So the first meeting between these two.
0-1-2.
Second serve now.
Side out.
Yeah, I see from Young, sometimes when you miss a drop high and you're a little out of rhythm on that shot, you tell yourself you're going to drive the next one, but just didn't look like it was the right ball to go for the drive attempt there.
First ball off the paddle of Ben Johns. That was almost like sorcery right there.
Yeah, that came off extra fast. Pretty tough to handle if you're young there.
So 2-0.
2-1.
Some pressure from Devilliers and Young.
Yeah, and Devilliers known for taking more court than a lot of other male players. He really plays his best when he's moving.
Okay.
That might really set his team up well if Young can have his feet set more often to incorporate some of his creative attacks.
There's a good look at a unique wrist angle from DJ Young.
Point.
Yeah, nice attack from Ben Johns there, knowing again how much Devilliers is moving and sliding, found that right hip, not able to get the spacing on the counter attack for Devilliers.
Our lead official, Don Stanley. Key James Koo, our second official.
Point.
Yeah, Devilliers tried to go back behind Ben Johns there. It looked like it would have worked. He just overcooked that two-handed backhand.
4-0-2.
The call is Long from Devilliers, the 8th seed.
0-4-1. Second serve.
Yeah, Young just unable to find kind of his touch on some of the baseline
0-4-2.
shots so far here.
Side out.
And again, a side out, so still just trying to find a little rhythm on the side of the 8th seed.
4-0-1.
Oh, just not on the right spot on his paddle. Ben Johns was all over that. Love those two-handed resets on the backhand side from Johns.
Yeah, no, they did a lot of good work to give themselves that opportunity and go on offense, and Ben Johns just unable to come up with the kill shot there.
And again, the number of times we've seen these pros pick up a different ball, it's because they're hitting the thing so dang hard.
It's the power out there, Cameron. The balls can only take so much violence.
You see the thumb in fist, a thumbs up from DJ Young. I'm curious what you think the sign is there, just in terms of, is that location for? Down on one knee.
It could be, normally you give the fist for the stay. So he may be telling Devilliers where to play the return.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they'll point as well. But that was a different way of doing it. So I think thumb is one way and then pinky's the opposite side, correct? Okay. Just, there's another good look at it in terms of where he wants him to play the return.
Side out.
A lot of times
if in fact that is the signal that he's giving, is to tell him to play the return to Ben Johns, and that's probably to keep Ben Johns off of being that poacher and being able to play that off the ball roll, which he's so good at.
Yeah, just keep him at the baseline, a little bit more neutralized. I mean, I don't think Ben John is really ever neutralized, but that's one way you can attempt to.
Slow him down if
Slow him down.
Else.
watch out. Collin Johns just took one to the shoulder.
Yeah, a little unlucky for Collin Johns there. He was trying to turn his body and get out of the way, but as he was turning, the ball, unfortunately for him, hit the paddle.
Second serve.
Tough ball on the outstretched short hop for Jay Devilliers.
Yeah, again, they just are not yet in a great rhythm on those thirds, finding an unattackable location to move forward.
Yeah, and again, just a little miscommunication even on the third. Devilliers trying to work over towards the side of DJ Young.
Yeah, sometimes when your partner's a little out of rhythm, you try to overcompensate and do a little too much. Looked to be the case on that last point for Devilliers.
So wild to watch Collin Johns reset the ball. His feet are just so quiet, as is his upper half. It almost just looks like his hands completely release on the paddle to the exact right amount to reset that ball.
Yeah, I think if you tense up too much on that shot, it's not very effective, right? So he does a good job of staying very quiet, especially with his lower body, like you mentioned. Nice finish there by DJ Young. Sometimes just getting a smash recorded is enough to just change things up and build a little confidence that you can carry forward.
Tricky from Collin Johns.
Yeah, really like it. He's just taking what his opponents give him there, right? Devilliers played the same ball back to him 2 or 3 times, but Devilliers is not shuffling all the way over, and Collin Johns taking advantage of his line.
Those last 2 shots were identical from Collin Johns in terms of his footwork and what he looked like, even the same rhythm of his feet.
Yeah, and that's what you want to practice when you're practicing attacking, making it look exactly like a dink till the last possible second and change your shot.
Thinking that Ben Johns may have stroked for the sun instead.
Like I mentioned, we're all human. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, you're trying to accomplish a sun stare there. Not the easiest thing.
Second serve.
That ball getting behind Jay.
And it seems like Devilliers really not wanting to reset that ball more towards the middle. And when he gets pulled out wide, it makes his dink back cross court that much more difficult.
DJ tried to crash in and help out a bit. Another ball back for the #1 seed. 8-3 now.
Second serve.
Yeah, good location on the dink there by Devilliers. Anytime Johns has to play a half volley, you know that you've pinpointed your location pretty well.
Wicked from DJ Young. And that's tough. Traditionally, you want to try and go when you're unwinding the stack up the line to give yourself more time, but they also want to try and keep Ben Johns back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great play there by Devilliers. And what I love here, too, is when you're playing such a tough team like the Johns brothers, you have to bring that energy. They're starting to get loud in between these points, showing them that, hey, we're here to compete, we're ready.
They are getting loud, and they are getting awfully big. DJ Young with a nice finish.
Both Young and Devilliers have good length, good reach. They're both very athletic, and they can play this style for short bursts, absolutely.
Igniting the fire, Ben Johns. 4 or 5 contacts and finally finishes one down.
5-2.
And that is just a clean winner from Ben Johns. So compact.
That's a perfect location, too. You saw Young sliding to cover the backhand, and he found that tunnel right in between the two of them.
well measured from Collin Johns.
Yeah,
Facing off against Jay Devilliers and DJ Young. First game action.
Second serve.
Both Johns hold themselves to such a high standard in their game. See just a little of the frustration there missing in the transition zone.
Yeah, you don't see Ben Johns very often miss a couple shots in a row. Seems like he's just a touch out of rhythm. We'll see if Devilliers and Young can take advantage here.
Second serve.
Yeah, good job by Collin Johns getting on top of those volleys. And it's not just about power when you're making those counter punches. If you hit a downward trajectory, it makes it very tough for your opponents.
Point.
Devilliers and Young now with their 6th point.
6-2.
They went uber aggressive in the middle of this first game and got themselves into a little bit of a better posture, finding a few points back. Johns protecting his body, and then again, so often that forehand is the closer from the left side.
No, absolutely. When he sinks his teeth into one of those forehands, it's very, very tough to win those points. Great job by Young and Devilliers extending that, but you see how many quality volleys it takes to get through that wall of the Johns brothers.
We saw so much of this at MLP Mesa. DJ Young has really worked on his counters, doing a really nice job in that regard. And we saw him successful with that similar motion earlier in this game, but missing that dink.
Yeah, looked a little indecisive as to what type of spin he wanted to put on that ball. Not going to work at this level for sure.
Talk about being just low enough, Ben Johns. When you see him start to drop down, that is DJ Young. Finding the left shoulder, making that much more tough.
Exactly. So on the previous one, Johns hit a great flick, but he went to the right side of Young's body, and he was able to send it back with interest.
This is 3rd round action in men's pro doubles. Back going long is Collin Johns with the first speed up.
Yeah, good job by Devilliers sliding over and countering that first one, but tough to hit that second one as well.
Tried to do a Kyle Yates there and beat him on the ATP.
Yeah, what's tough there is it looked like Collin Johns' ATP was going to go wide, but at that point, Devilliers committed when he's standing there.
Yeah, that's real pot committed right there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's all in.
Second serve.
Yeah, it looked like Ben Johns thought that that ball was going to sit up just a little bit higher. He was committed to the attack, but ended up being pretty low for him there. It was interesting in the middle of that point, Collin Johns actually put his finger up to call the ball out, but Ben Johns kept playing, and Collin just kind of followed his younger brother on that one.
Didn't even look like DJ Young necessarily put that ball back over the net in terms of the contact, but clearly did.
Yeah, I think it came off just weird enough to fool Collin Johns on the next one.
Great shot again, Ernie from Ben Johns.
Great read by Ben. Yeah, you can do the Ernie more often when the players cross court from you. If it's more in the middle, he's able to cut off the angle nicely there.
misses the wide open DJ Young.
Yeah, just went a little too big there to try to put that one away. See if he can bounce back here. Yeah, I like the choice by Devilliers when he gets the pop-up in that pattern, knows that Ben Johns is going to be sliding for his forehand in the middle, goes back behind him into the body. Good choice.
A clinic on footwork from Ben Johns as he runs down that opportunity to ATP.
Yeah, and he didn't have a ton of space there. Really measured that one nicely. Switched from his backhand spin to kind of curling around that ball to straighten that one out.
Point.
Just ever so balanced as Ben Johns, just on about every single contact he has.
Yeah, very much looks like he prides himself on that. Very efficient with his footwork as well.
23 years old is Ben Johns, the younger brother to Collin, who's 29. 6 years, a difference between these two.
0-4-1. Second serve.
And Ben Johns, of course, being the #1 player in the world before converting his older brother Collin Johns over to pickleball. He coached him up real quick, and they are a dynamic duo. Obviously, the #1 team in the world.
Collin had been a professional tennis player for a few years. Wild fact, he had 2 forehands.
4-0-1.
I played Collin Johns in singles a few years ago, and
did you?
Was very fooled to see a left-handed forehand blaze past me. Visually, it's just a little different seeing that come off.
You're like, wait a second.
It's like, how do I find your backhand now?
5-0-1.
Getting some help from the net is Ben Johns. 5-0 for the #1 team.
Second serve.
Yeah, Young known for being able to play that, what we call scorpion shot, where he rotates that extreme forehand to the opposite side of his body there.
Point. (6-0-2).
Get by Collin Johns.
How? Collin Johns. That was just a nasty overhead. Look at this. Full opponent, the #1 seed, Ben Johns and Collin Johns. There's one way to go. This, of course, is the Carvana PPA Tour, just the second stop here at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Resort and Spa. That's as sharp of an angle as you can find.
Yeah, his backhand volley is so versatile. He obviously plays singles as well, so knows how to knife that one a little bit shorter. Great job on the stretch for the volley there by Johns.
And just when you think, oh, maybe we've got them in a compromised position, Ben Johns just comes in and cleans house.
Yeah, looked like they had a tunnel, and then, of course, Ben Johns, knowing that some court is left open, slides in there and closes the gap quickly.
There's DJ Young.
Yeah, it was a good speed up by Collin Johns, but great anticipation by DJ Young, able to use the two-handed backhand to extend his reach there. Ben Johns shaking his head. He saw that one coming, just slightly overcooked.
0-7-1.
DJ Young laying off that one, and it was the correct choice.
Yeah, it was a good penetrating dink by Jay Devilliers, and Ben Johns probably attacked the ball lower than he normally does.
Trying to get creative there with the spin is DJ Young.
And that's where it's going to be a fine line with your variety. Sometimes variety can be your Achilles heel because there's so many shots you're capable of. It's easy to make the wrong choice, at times.
And right now they are just pushing DJ Young and Jay Devilliers to the outskirts of the court.
7-1-1.
And just pressure mounting off the paddle of Ben and Collin Johns.
8-1-1.
Now 8-1, still on the first serve.
Point.
Yeah, Young obviously frustrated with himself, and they brought some good fire at the end of game one to make it close. They're seemingly a little bit deflated at the moment here.
Second serve.
Second serve now. This is for a spot in the semifinal. On the other side of the bracket is Johnson, Frazier, Lange, and Koller.
Yeah, Devilliers has been very steady with that backhand dink, all day. Normally that's a pattern that Ben Johns wins against just about everybody in the world, but Devilliers doing a good job here.
Second serve.
You can hear Jay Devilliers, saying the same thing. Just shanks that ball, in his words, not mine. Jay Devilliers baits him into the speed up here.
Absolutely, and it shows great timing, body control, athleticism, all the above, to be able to pull off an Ernie on a speed up there. Really impressive.
And you can just tell from the posture right there of DJ Young. Just again, it's the difference of inches right there. A beautiful setup from Jay.
Point.
Yeah, and you feel for DJ Young here. He's obviously one of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
We've all been there where it's just not our day, and he's just going to have to shake this one off.
That's the second one now we've seen from Ben.
Yeah, Devilliers is doing a great job of finding the feet of Ben Johns and forcing him into a little bit of indecision as to what his best response should be.
Point game match.
There's the body and the match for Ben and Collin Johns. 11-6, 11-2.
And you see the level of dominance of this team. This is a very good team in Devilliers and Young, but
welcome back, everyone. We're here on center court. We're halfway through the draw. These guys have just earned themselves a spot moving forward. Guys, talk about that last match. What was working so well?
I feel like just getting used to the conditions is always important, and both those guys bring some weapons to the table, so you got to be aware of those. But I felt like our game plan was good. We stayed the course, and even when they came back in that first game one, we were able to rattle off that game. So I think that was big and set the tone for the match.
Well, guys, we've seen a lot of new partnerships debut in the start of this year. Among those, your opponents in this last match. How are those coming together, and how do you prepare for those matchups?
I think you just got to be careful. New matchups can present new strategies, basically. So you got to be kind of feeling them out, find out what they like to do, and kind of just develop your strategy as you go along rather than having a strategy going into the game so much. I think it's more about feeling them out and adapting from there.
You got it. All right, guys. Good luck in your semifinal.
Again, this is men's quarterfinal action. The winner of this will face the #1 seed in the semifinals.
0-0-2.
first miss from AJ Koller.
Right on cue from J.W. Johnson with that backhand flick, that signature shot of his.
J.W. Johnson trying to give a little more lift, it looks like, on some of those thirds just to get into a rhythm here to
He's
begin.
trying to will the ball over with raising his arms in the air as that ball gets close to the net. And like I mentioned, AJ Koller, look for him to be the most bold player on the court. Sped up cross court into the J.W. Johnson backhand. Normally a tough proposition, but again, he knows his hand speed is so fast, he's anticipating where that response will go.
Second serve.
AJ Koller, also known to like a lob or two, just misses his first long.
Yeah, I doubt that'll be the last one we see out of him, but he's the most creative player with the shot selection on the court for sure.
Ooh, that was a nice flick from AJ.
And you see the paddle speed that he's able to generate in a short motion. That ball has a way of getting on you so quick. Yeah, using two hands on the paddle isn't normally his preference for dinking. Looked like maybe he changed his mind, was going to speed it up and maybe opted to try to dink that one.
Second serve.
Dylan Frazier has looked as if he's working a little bit more with that third shot drive just to start this match. Erik Lange, who we talked about, oldest on the court right now, 41 years of age, out of West Linn, Oregon. And sometimes good things just happen for you.
Yeah, Lange opting actually for a two-handed backhand. You won't see that very often out of him unless this is the new and improved Lange that I don't know about. Normally he gets plenty of power just with his one-handed punch. He's about 6'4", big guy, and a lot of pace coming off of his punch volleys.
And an easy put away for Lange.
Yeah, J.W. Johnson just struggling to find kind of his soft game rhythm on those backhand drops so far here.
And a couple mistinks, I think, on both sides, both teams. Again, just hitting championship court.
1-0-1. Second serve.
And you mentioned the pace that can come off of a flick. Well, J.W. Johnson's got plenty of that, dropping that paddle face down. 1-0, second serve now.
Point.
And Johnson doing what we all do when there's an uncharacteristic error, looking
Look
at the paddle, wondering why or how it could have let you down.
What did you do in the last 30 minutes before I started playing?
Point.
AJ Koller again, just wildly quick with that.
Yeah, it's the second time that he's sped up kind of closer to the middle of the court, back behind J.W. Johnson, right into the body. We'll see if Johnson can adjust here. He's been caught leaning middle a couple of times.
So the question is, too, with how compact that stroke is for AJ Koller, where does the power actually come from? Like, what's the muscle group? Because I know it's different from athlete to athlete.
Yeah, you know, when I teach it, I think a lot of people see the wrist, right? And so when they go out and they try to learn the shot, they just end up using too much of their wrist. So I like to still get a lot of my power from my shoulder, but it's really important to keep your hands very, very relaxed in order to get that whip at the last second from the wrist.
Well, that was another great example from AJ Koller. He's found a few to this point.
Side out.
He also takes a look at his paddle.
Told you, we all do it.
We all do it,
Cameron.
0-5-1.
just looked like he was trying to body up Dylan Frazier in the kitchen line.
Yeah, it was normally a good speed up from Frazier. Koller sits so heavy on the backhand. His right hip is usually the available spot, but he saw that one coming.
Wow, so again, things still working on the side of Lange and Koller.
Yeah, right now the power and the pace of Lange and Koller is really problematic so far for Johnson and Frazier here. Excellent dig by Lange.
Second serve.
That's a nice shot from J-Dub, getting Lange to actually pop up off of his feet as well.
5-0.
So the 5 seed with a 5-point advantage.
Side out.
That's the second third we've seen missed from AJ Koller.
Yeah, certainly not the error you want to make when you're wanting to keep that lead here. We'll see if Frazier and Johnson can get on the board.
Tough to lob, the length of Lange.
Yeah, might be the one he's going to have to put back in his pocket there. It's going to be a tough proposition with Lange's size for sure.
Side out.
So I'm watching this. What's happening on the side of Johnson and Frazier right now?
Well, you know, normally, especially Frazier is more of a drop-first player, so it seems a little odd to me that he's opting for the drive. I don't really think there's a gain there with Lange and Koller, known for their power and their hand speed. I'd like to see them just slow the game down, work the point a little bit longer, and let some of these points come to them organically.
There's another good ball. This time you mentioned the countering of J.W. Johnson, Dylan Frazier. And it is important to note, too, Dylan Frazier did start off this match with 2 drives on those thirds. Now finds the drop. Oh, perfect timing. I love it. Dylan Frazier shows his hands.
Yeah, and that's a big confidence booster. Lange tried to almost cut a corner by speeding up cross court, but Frazier ready and up to the task.
That one got away from J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really challenging for Johnson to play his backhand slice up the line to Lange with his reach, with his ability to also extend and flick. It's a very small target for him.
Well, and that's a great call by you in terms of changing your game based off the scouting report that's in front of you. Traditionally, you are able to reset, maybe go up the line a little bit more frequently, but with the length of Lange, that's maybe not as much of an option. They work with the switch there.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about. You know, it's important to be self-aware, always looking early to kind of play your game, play to your strengths. But you have to pick up on these little cues from your opponents and be able to make those tiny adjustments. And Lange doing it on the left side there. Did a great job of using his feet on a couple of those balls, not settling for a backhand. But again, his reach really seems to be problematic so far for Frazier and Johnson.
A perfectly placed lob, and he gets one in return.
And I'm loving the chemistry right now that we're seeing from Lange and Koller. They seem to really have a good understanding on those middle balls of who can apply more pressure. I think if it's something that Lange can reach in with his backhand and flick out of the air.
Something that has happened in the women's draw, the #1 seed has taken a loss in their first round match, as they did receive a bye in the first round. So it would be Lucy Kovalova and Callie Jo Smith lost in 3 to Bobby Oshiro and Sarah Ansbury.
Yeah, it's a great win for Oshiro and Ansbury. Certainly a surprising loss for Callie Smith and Lucy Kovalova, but credit to their opponents. They'll be moving on.
Yeah, wild. 11-7, 4-11, 11-8 were your game scores. Great hustle from J.W. Johnson. And Dylan Frazier says, I've been playing rec basketball. Don't try and lob me.
Showing a little bit of ups on that one, right?
One of the best pastimes, or his favorite pastimes, is actually when he's not on the pickleball court, playing some rec basketball. University of Missouri. Dylan Frazier left quite a lane.
Yeah, so he earned the pop-up first. It wasn't a huge pop-up, but just didn't hit a good enough location on his first attack. Koller was already kind of waiting for that forehand there.
Lange got that down just enough.
Yeah, Lange's really tough on that right side. He's a big guy, so it's tough for you to flick and get the ball on top of him, and he does a good job of sliding for that backhand punch there.
Second server.
An easy leave for J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, ill-advised shot selection from Lange there. Ball that low, probably should have opted for the reset there.
I like the confidence of Lange there, trusting the third and taking a step to the transition zone.
Yeah, you know, when you trust your hands, sometimes you can play your drops with more margin of error because you're fine with your opponent stepping back and ripping one at you.
Side out.
A little bit of a different location. He took that last rally on the forehand side in the transition zone. That time they found the backhand of Lange. AJ Koller getting hit on the right side of his body. That was a fantastic location from Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, Koller, lightning fast hands, but if there's one spot where he's a little bit vulnerable, it's that traditional chicken wing area on the right side of his body.
Oh, he got a favorable bounce to be able to create an ATP. Take a look at this.
Yeah, looked like the angle opened up for him.
And he finds the post
Darn
instead.
Post got in the way.
Wow, what placement from AJ Koller. He goes wide and opens up the middle.
Yeah, looking extremely confident there. Intentionally brought his opponents in to earn the pop-up for an easy put away on the next one. Yeah, it looked like the attack was there for a flick, but Koller may have needed to aim for a higher location on his opponent's body to make sure he cleared the net on that one.
Erik Lange finding the right.
Well, Johnson and Frazier have closed the gap here, but side out for Lange and Koller, still maintaining a 3-point lead here.
Second serve.
Second serve, not the time you want to miss a serve. I mean, you do have some room, but at the same time, you want to continue to apply the pressure. What a dink from Erik Lange.
Yeah, really good choice. The ball dropped just lower than the net, and instead of trying to attack a borderline ball, he just shaped it back cross court to use an excellent pressurized dink there.
Length creating problems.
And a 2.
The Lange length.
There you go.
Lange length. I think I've used that a few times already. It's only game one.
Just rolls right off the tongue.
9-5-2.
9-5-2, they've got things sorted now. Correct server, correct side.
Side out.
All smiles. We had 2 alphas.
Yeah, once in a while, when the
Took you a
confidence is
second.
high. Yeah.
5-9-1.
Point.
Nice defense from Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, it was a great attack by Koller to find an awkward location, but great job covering that one by
6-9-1.
Frazier.
A rainbow serve.
Point.
This time he finds the right side of Erik Lange.
Yeah, the flick from Johnson's been effective the whole match. We'll
7-9-1.
see if he can start using that more.
Point. Timeout, receivers. 8-10.
They're going to stack here.
8-9-1.
Put AJ on the outside. A little cleaner of a stack.
Second serve.
Yikes.
You always
That
say,
hurts.
you know, great timeout.
Great timeout, exactly.
Side out.
Back to back for J-Dub.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered. If you're Koller and Lange here, let's see if they can find their best stuff to close out game 1.
Second serve.
And unfortunately, the short drops seem to be contagious out here. That's 3 in a row.
9-8-2.
Still a chance here for Lange and Koller.
Side out.
Yeah, great job by Frazier going back behind Koller, knowing that he was going to be shifting to the middle.
8-9-1.
Nice shot selection by him.
Point.
Oh, just right in the middle of the net. The lowest point in the net. Not to double down on you, AJ.
Yeah, he's got to shake that one off. Certainly not a standard miss for him by any means.
Dylan Frazier throws his hands up. You don't have to apologize for that, Dylan. That was awesome.
That was amazing, and Frazier not known for using 2 hands very often in doubles, but he timed that one perfectly.
10-9-1. 1 minute. Time in. 10-9-1.
Back out of the timeout. J.W. Johnson, Dylan Frazier with a shot at game point. Unfortunate ball off the net for AJ Koller. They trailed the majority of game 1, but yet again, J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier come up with a game 1 victory.
Yeah, they just played steady when they needed to. They chipped away and ultimately played the big points better than Lange and Koller down the stretch.
Here's a look at that last ball. AJ Koller was so deadly with those quick flicks. This one could have been, but net got in the way. The largest pickleball tournament in Arizona history has been roaring over the sands of Desert Ridge. Usually you would say standing room only with a sellout, but there isn't even room for that. Welcome to the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open presented by Foot Solutions on the Carvana PPA Tour. This is day 3, which means it's all about gender doubles at this point. Hello everyone, I'm Cameron Irwin alongside professional pickleballer Kyle McKenzie, and we are picking up in the midst of men's quarterfinal action. It's AJ Koller, Erik Lange versus Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. Game 1 went the direction of J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. And so a miss dink on the side of AJ Koller. He is on the far side of your screen playing the left side in the yellow. Erik Lange, 41 years of age, is his partner. just out of bounds. I mentioned Kyle McKenzie, my partner here. Kyle, just give us a little bit of a lowdown in terms of strategy into game 2 for Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Game 1 was a bit of a roller coaster. Not the best start by Frazier and Johnson, but they chipped away. Were able to climb out with a victory in game 1, but it was very, very tight. They seem to be in a better rhythm now. They're very comfortable slowing the game down, waiting for their opponents to attack them, and using those lightning fast hands. We'll see if we can see more of the same here in game 2.
J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier, just 21 years of age on both sides. Now full-time professional pickleballers, as they also are students. Pretty wild.
Yeah, they balance a lot, and they are 2 of the young phenoms in our game here.
Point.
Yeah, excellent. And that's been kind of the story of game 1 as well. That J.W. Johnson flick has been extremely effective thus far.
Erik Lange trying to find that on his right side, the forehand.
Okay, we've got A.J. Koller here to serve. He's really a top player in the game, known for being much more creative than some of the other top players with his shot selection, known for his hand speed being elite, but he'll throw in the lob, he'll attack from lower positions, and it's a bit of a roller coaster ride when you watch his matches. Certainly a lot of good stuff to see, but he will go for more than others.
It's a great call from you. Erik Lange now playing on the left side, Koller on the right. And that dink just pushed wide, and we did see some creative play on the side of A.J. Koller in game number 1. You saw the lob several times.
Looks like they're going back to that standard formation where they put Erik Lange on the right side. That allows A.J. Koller to have his forehand in the middle where they feel that he can apply the most pressure for their team.
And A.J. thought he sent that beyond the baseline. Don't give up, A.J. You actually hit a pretty beautiful shot.
Yeah, looked like it hit right on the line. Fortunate to win that point there after maybe popping up that volley a little bit.
A.J. Koller out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Looking for the ATP. That's around the post, but just about a foot wide of the opposing sideline.
Koller did a good job of when you go wide, if you can also push it deep in the kitchen, it makes that around the post shot that much more tough to execute on.
So keeping things close here in game number 2. There was a separation of about 5 or so points in game number 1, with A.J. Koller and A.J. Koller and Erik Lange with the advantage.
3-4-2.
There's the lob.
Point.
Wow, what hands from Erik Lange.
And that's not easy to get on top of that flick, but that's what he's good at. He's about 6'4". It's tough to hit those high locations on him. He's very good at covering those tough spots.
Great lateral movement there from A.J. Koller.
And Koller, a little bit like his partner there, was chicken winged, but he's able to just get that ball down enough to stay neutral in the point and ultimately win it.
That ball out of bounds.
Yeah, it just looked like Koller wasn't exactly sure what he wanted to do with that ball till the last second, and that indecision may have cost him there.
Nice roll right there on the backhand side of A.J. Koller. Just so much spin.
Yeah, he's really using the shoulder and just climbing straight up with that ball, and it creates such a heavy ball off the bounce.
Point.
And we have another alpha moment between Erik Lange and his partner, A.J. Koller.
Yeah, sometimes a tough thing when you both have good hands and good counter punching on those middle balls. Tough to know whose ball it is all the time. And again, like you mentioned, Cameron, you look at the shape. It's not the power. Koller could have hit that ball harder, but he knew it made more sense to go with heavy spin and get that ball low to the J.W. Johnson feet.
And Koller almost had to work with a punch right there as he couldn't quite get to that ball from J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, ball got on him so quick. That was really his only option.
What a shot, J.W. Johnson from the top floor.
Yeah, showcasing his athletic ability, body control, going back for that one. You know, and that's the first time we've seen Koller go with the lob in that location. A little tougher to pull off given that it's over the right shoulder of J.W. Johnson.
And the combinations, explain a combo, because they've become not only a 1-2 combo, but now it's a 1-2-3-4-5 combo.
Yeah, what's tough to translate is when these players know that they're going to attack, they know where they're attacking and they know where the probable counterattack will go. So right after they hit the attack, they're already kind of making an educated guess as to where the next ball is going to come.
AJ Koller reaching there. We do play games 2 out of 3. You play to 11 points, must win by 2. It's a double side out if you're new to the game of pickleball. And you can just see frustration. Anytime one of these pros misses a dink, they spend hours, countless hours, finding the consistency in every single contact to be able to play at this level. And right now, a timeout has been called by Koller and Lange. They trail by 3.
Timeout remaining.
J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier are looking awfully dangerous in this men's quarterfinal matchup here on the Carvana PPA Tour at the J.W. Marriott Desert Ridge Open. Facing off against AJ Koller and Erik Lange in Game 2 action. A spot in the semifinals is up for grabs between these two.
Yeah, unfortunately for Erik Lange there, when you're going to be running diagonal in that stack formation, you really need to get some good depth on your return. If you don't, you might just be a little bit late getting into formation.
And that, of course, is the voice of Kyle McKenzie, our in-house pro. We'll have a full crew with you this afternoon as Drew Filios and Dave Fleming will also be on the mic alongside Hannah Johns, who's courtside.
Point game match.
And there is the match for J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. They take down Lange and Koller 11-9, 11-5. They're going handshakes because those two are moving on to the semifinal.
Welcome back to a very sunny championship court. I've got our boys here with me, men I should say, headed on to the semifinals. Dylan Frazier, J.W. Johnson. Guys, you started down 1-7 in game 1. You took a timeout. What did you come back after talking about?
Yeah, well, first of all, Erik and AJ are both great players, and they kind of took it to us at the beginning. They've got great reach, great hands, great speed ups and attack. So I think we kind of talked about initiating ourselves a little bit because we both felt like we could kind of hang in those battles. And once one of us gets going, we both kind of feed off of it, and then we're tough to stop at that point. So.
Well, Erik and Jay known for throwing some funky stuff out there, especially AJ, the lobs and some interesting speed ups. How do you continue to play your game when you go out there against them?
Yeah, I mean, we just got to try and figure out their patterns. If we can't, then just try to guess. But other than that, yeah, we just kind of talk to each other, talk about where we're going to hit the next one, and then we just play our game.
Well, guys, we have the Tennis Channel audience tuning in, and in game 1, you were able to run over to JW's side and hit a Burt. Can you explain what that is and how you did it?
Yeah, so I guess a Burt is when you run to your partner's side and jump over the kitchen line. So like an Ernie, I guess, except on the other side. J-Dub hit a great drive, and I saw an opening, and I ran over there, put 2 hands on my paddle and kind of shanked it. Got a little lucky, but it was a big point, so I was happy it went in.
It certainly was a great shot. I loved it. It took you up to 10-9, which was an awesome lead to have in game 1. Guys, congratulations. We'll see you in that semifinal later on today. We'll be back with much more right after this.
Beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Such an ideal place early on for this Carvana PPA Tour in 2023. The weather has just been pristine all week long. 75 degrees, we're ready for play. Drew Filios alongside Dave Fleming. And here we go from Championship Court.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tremendous matchup of styles, Drew. You've got Tyler Loong, the lefty from Utah, serving here to Thomas Wilson from Texas. And that's Callan Dawson who jumped in there. Surfer from California. And then finally the fiery, also a Californian, Julian Arnold. He'll be screaming on Diamo. He'll be getting the crowd fired up. This is a great matchup, our last quarterfinal, Drew.
So Loong and Dawson, the number 3 seed. Wilson and Arnold come in number 6. If there's one player who comes into this event absolutely red hot, it's Julian Arnold.
It sure is. He was the MVP of Major League Pickleball, what was played in Mesa, so still in the Phoenix proper. The good news for him is his partner in that was the guy standing next to him now, Thomas Wilson. They were fantastic. They're a relatively new partnership, but got great practice in at that event. On the other side's a team that's played 54 times together. Much different, and had a great run in 2002. They've won 3 out of every 4 matches they've played.
Good defense that time by Loong and Dawson. Oh, nicely done. Beautiful shot by Wilson.
Yeah, so what viewers are going to see is Tyler Loong jumping to the right of the court, looking for what we call an Ernie, where you take the ball out of the air. That'll force the ball into the middle to Callan Dawson. Look for that throughout the day.
Second serve.
Second serve now coming up.
0-2-2.
Arnold's already joking around with Loong.
Tyler Loong, that is what he does best. He is so athletic, Dave. He just redefines the game in many ways.
He does. He has the liveliest arm, too. So when you have a ball that's up, it is going to be good night every single time. Watch him finish that one.
Right down the middle. Nicely done that time by Thomas Wilson, 32 years old. Played collegiate tennis at Purdue and the University of Texas.
And now makes his home in Texas, so the burnt orange sat well with him.
Dawson having his say. Callum Dawson, the firefighter turned pickleball pro, and he is the son of legends, isn't he?
He sure is. Steve Dawson and Jennifer Dawson are 2 of the absolute greatest people in the game. They run the Bobby Riggs. It's almost entirely pickleball now. It was a tennis facility, but the popularity down there, they're incredible ambassadors for their sport and very proud of their son.
Without question, pickleball royalty. Tried to sneak that one in, and it is in. Arnold found a place in that corner.
Yeah, the other interesting thing about this matchup is you're going to have very stoic Callan Dawson and Tyler Loong for the most part, and they're going to get rambunctious on the other side. Will Wilson, who's about to serve, and Arnold.
Arnold attacking again, but again, Dawson is there for the great defense.
See, Arnold's even wearing his Major League Pickleball jersey out here today.
Trying to carry that over from last week. Loong hovering over the kitchen and just overwhelms Arnold.
And that's the steadiness that will come from Loong and Dawson. So many matches played together, they know what to expect, and they will make it very hard to beat.
Loong a little short that time. And now Tyler Loong with the second serve. continuously, Dave, new viewers joining us on Tennis Channel, new to the sport of pickleball. How is the sport different from tennis?
Well, the big difference is obviously what's about to happen here. The serve has to be underhand, so the big serve and volleyers like the great John Isner's hit more aces than anybody, neutralized here. Now, you can go for your serve, and I recommend that people do it, but it's got to be underhand and cross court. We'll get into more here in a second.
Tyler Loong thinking Ernie. Dawson able to hold it down. Dawson right now causing all sorts of problems for the opposition.
Yes, with finesse over power, which I love. The other big difference is the kitchen or no volley zone. So it's that section of the court right around the net. You cannot close like you can in tennis and be an inch from there. That is a fault. You cannot volley the ball out of the kitchen.
Julian Arnold trying to get on track. A little bit of a slow start here early.
And then obviously visually we have doubles going on. No doubles alley out there. It's not an invisible line that's missing there, Drew. There is not a doubles alley. The court is 44-20 for singles or doubles.
4-0 to Loong and Dawson. And they are teeing off right now. That caught the back line.
Yeah, and Arnold and Wilson are speeding up the wrong balls right there. You have two forehands in the middle with a lefty. That was just who can get to the cake first.
And that's in. Well done by Julian Arnold. Maybe that's the shot that gets him going.
So if they are going to put those forehands in the middle, beat them on the outside, that's a great roll from Arnold.
Lob time. Well calculated by Dawson. Now the overhead by Loong, and it does the trick.
That's another big difference is in tennis, you can bounce that overhead into the 50th row because of the type of ball. Harder to put overheads away, but that lively arm of Loong able to get it done there.
A little short that time from Dawson, so finally a side out. Going to Wilson and Arnold, still looking for their first points.
Timeout.
Just perfect conditions, 74 degrees, not a cloud in the sky here at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open, powered by Foot Solutions. Drew Felios alongside Dave Fleming. Thomas Wilson, Julian Arnold, bit of a slow start here, looking to wipe that goose egg off the board. That's a little bit wide.
So they play a high risk, high reward style, and that's a tough ball inside out for Wilson to make off that position.
0-6-2.
They need to get rid of that goose egg you referenced just for confidence.
Sometimes that first point, toughest one to get, and it's going to have to wait.
Yeah, and they are, especially Arnold, thrives on that. He will rattle off 4 points in 20 seconds sometimes. Haven't been able to find that engine yet.
Nicely done by Thomas Wilson.
And when you have a team that's not at their best, this is when you must take advantage of it. Every time Loong and Dawson get the ball, they need to get at least one just to keep that separation. Oh, my.
Tyler Loong had a gift given to him and could not unwrap it.
Oh, he had no trouble at all with the sing and then couldn't get the bow off the top of the package there. Again, speed ups in the middle against a righty-lefty are really asking for it. The one thing you do see, though, is that Arnold and Wilson have chosen a different side of the court to play on here just to change things up.
See if it makes a difference. Tyler Loong always a threat to Ernie, and that is a great shot by Thomas Wilson.
And I like that they said, okay, we're kind of a mess right now. Let's do something that's in our control, and where we stand on the court is always in your control. So great choice. Now you got to make sure you don't get confused and have the wrong person serving. They got that sorted out.
Trying to get settled here on championship court. Sometimes, Dave, you're battling all day on the side courts. You come out here, you see all the fans and the cameras. Sometimes it's deer in the headlights, isn't it?
You just got to be ready to go. And They weren't to start, but plenty of time left.
Nicely done. I'll tell you what, Dawson looks really, really good early on in this match.
Yeah, he's reading the speed ups. He's reading the paddle. Arnold tries to go down the line here, and he's just waiting.
Now Julian Arnold strikes back.
You'll see Callan Dawson, former second baseman and pitcher, sidearm serve delivery. You'll see right there.
Tyler Loong hits long.
And those are the loose points you don't want to play when the other team is trying to work it out. So they're going to stick with this formation of Arnold on the right.
That's wide. So another point here for Wilson and Arnold. Julian Arnold, collegiate tennis star at UCLA, once a 5-star recruit at the high school level. There's that vintage journey from Loong. It came back. No worries, Dawson took care of it.
And that's the working in partnership. And again, what an Ernie means is the kitchen is flat, so you cannot step in there to hit a ball out of the air, but you can certainly jump over it. That's called an Ernie, named after Ernie Perry. Great job by Loong there.
Tyler Loong right now instinctive. I really like this team.
Yeah, it's a team that's just gained more and more confidence as they played. Found a lot of podiums last year.
Another Ernie for Loong. He is reading it like a children's novel.
Yes, he is. Dr. Seuss would be proud. And I think the big issue there is that Wilson on that side, if he's pulled wide and wants to leave it up the line, Loong can read that and is crushing it.
8-2 now for the team in the near court. And Loong once again making good contact.
And Arnold just is stunned there. He hasn't moved. Yeah. Arnold is not letting one more ball go, he says. We'll keep an eye on that.
And Loong caught off guard that time. Second serve coming up with a 9-2 lead.
Yeah, and again, Wilson and Arnold going back and forth. You love to see that as an opponent, that they're not real sure where the best positioning is for them to beat you. You love that.
There's Loong again that time, shakes it a bit left, and a reaction from Arnold.
Yeah, and a good grindy point. That's what they're going to have to need to do to get back into this.
Long hill to climb here for Wilson and Arnold. Just gets over the net. Oh.
Yeah, Arnold's like, hey, I had everything I wanted there, just didn't execute the shot.
And that's wide from Dawson.
And again, even though you're in a big hole here, if you can get some momentum and feel comfortable on the court, this is best 2 out of 3, so there's a lot of time left.
Just feel Wilson and Arnold speeding up the tempo here. And is it in? Dawson says no.
Just deep.
I was watching Coller's foot. Did you? He saw it. My second saw it. Side up. Is the ball gone?
Okay. Ball is gone. Played just deep there.
Players calling their own lines here on the PPA Tour.
Yep, they did appeal to the referee. As we mentioned in the open, the referee's job is to really keep an eye on the kitchen and the feet, so did not get a good look at that one.
Loong a bit off guard that time as he went to the opposite hand.
So he was sitting on the backhand down the line, and beautiful choice and target by this attack from Arnold.
Side out.
And into the net.
Yeah, that's one big difference also as we talk about tennis. Rarely are you pegging and choosing a target on your opponent in tennis. That's definitely something you're doing here in pickleball up at the kitchen line especially.
Point.
Net's starting to come into play. Dawson hits right into it. And it's 9-4.
4-9-1.
Starting to get a little bit interesting here. And one more. So at this point, if you're Loong and Dawson, do you think about timeout?
A little bit, although the team on the other side is so fiery that I don't want them to have confidence that I give them from that decision. Now that 3 errors in a row, and I think the answer is yes.
Look at the men's draw here in doubles play. Ben Johns, Collin Johns. They're in the semifinals. What a surprise, Dave.
Yeah. You're kidding. No, but that match is going to be terrific because the Johns boys almost lost in the first event of the year to Frazier and Johnson. That's going to be epic.
Yeah, Johnson and Frazier very much known as the young guns around the PPA Tour. And Julian Arnold comes out firing out of the timeout.
And Andiamo is coming with it. That's his big yelling phrase that he loves to get fired up. And
7-9-1.
we're just a 2-point lead here.
It was 9-2 just moments ago. See if Dawson and Loong can get it together. There's Tyler Loong with that big overhead.
And the thing you can't get caught up in is then making a bad heroic choice because you did a great thing on the point before. Speeding up down the middle here is a no-go zone.
Football. Left foot.
And foot fault called for the first time today. Did they get Loong that time?
I think they got Loong on the Ernie jumping over here. I heard the left foot, and that is indeed a great call from Anisha Smith over there. So that is an immediate point for the other team. Cannot land anywhere on that.
This to tie. We are tied at 9. Unreal.
Yeah, Dawson had a great look at a ball, but it's right in the middle of his body, so you don't get to extend that arm like a lever, and you hit straight down on it.
Side out, much needed now for Tyler Loong and Callan Dawson.
I mean, what you have to tell yourself is, hey, we're not losing. Let's just go get 2 points and get out of here.
Dawson got a piece of the net that time, and it landed wide.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Wilson. There's been a lot of Julian Arnold on the other side. He has a lethal forehand, sped it up, and Dawson just a tad late. The net wasn't his friend either.
This match certainly being played at the pace that Wilson and Arnold would like. Didn't start that way. Great defense by Tyler Loong. Dawson adds in. Oh, how about that?
And there's a perfect example of the difficulty of putting a overhead away in pickleball. And that last one goes deep.
Your feet. I have to watch your volley. I have to watch your volley on your feet on the volley.
Now you hear many folks in the crowd disagree with the out call.
You know, unlike a tennis ball, the pickleball doesn't compress.
10-9-2. Yeah.
So it's game point. And now it comes up short. Loong And Dawson survived. They had the fast start, and they were challenged at the end by Wilson and Arnold.
Yeah, and there's some feisty Julian Arnold over there looking. He just kicked the spot where he thought the ball hit on the overhead.
All the intensity of the Carvana PPA Tour. We're back to Phoenix in just a moment. Good luck finding a seat in that grandstand, Dave.
Oh, you can't. Sold out in here, and I love it. And used to live in this area. This city loves its pickleball, and they are getting treated to a great show here to start this last quarterfinal.
So excited you are with us. Tyler Loong, Callum Dawson started fast, had to survive that first game. Let's see what Arnold and Wilson have to offer here in game 2. Came up short that time on the dink from Dawson.
Yeah, they were leaking oil for sure, and Andiamas were flying at them, but they made it to the finish line.
And Arnold hits it a little bit long. Explain the Andiamo, where it came from
That's
Julian Arnold.
His big rally cry, and you know, says it on his paddle even, Drew. I mean, that's how important energy is to his game.
Both teams dinking away. Now it speeds up. And Arnold has the final set.
And Andiamo there, and Andiamo, of course, in Italian means let's go. So it just sounds so much better. I mean, let's go is good. Andiamo is fantastic.
It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It does.
Tied at 1. Oh, Loong, nice inside out that time. Great defense by both teams, but Wilson just cannot keep it alive.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked about the kitchen, and you saw Loong go for an Ernie there. He's still allowed to go in if the ball bounces. You're welcome in the kitchen. Get you a snack if the ball bounces.
Up against the net as we watch Tyler Loong, Dave. How difficult is it to play against that lefty in the sport of pickleball?
Well, I think the eventual best teams will have a righty and a lefty in the middle because you have 2 forehands. That's menacing to cover that middle of the court. So he is so athletic. And what we saw is his ability to jump the kitchen puts a ball in the middle for his partner too, and you want to be hitting forehands in the middle. So that's why this team's so tough to beat.
Wilson comes strong with it, and Loong can't redirect.
Yeah, and Wilson can't believe he didn't hit an over that there as he was going back and almost hit him on the top of that hat, but still has a huge forehand able to recover.
A little short that time from Dawson.
And Callan Dawson will grind those dinks cross court all day, and he takes time away because he short hops it. It's a very unique style, and it creates a lot of errors on the dinks because of that.
Gonna get another point here, so it's now 5-1. And game number 2 looks awfully like game number 1.
Sure does, and Arnold and Wilson again just don't look comfortable.
So 11-9, 5-1 here in game 2. We'll step aside, come back to Phoenix in a moment. Tyler Loong, Callum Dawson with the lead here in game number 2. Here at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open, powered by Foot Solutions. Little surprise so far, Dave, about what has transpired.
For sure. And there you see the lob doctor, Callan Dawson. The good news about his lobs and why they're so effective is they look the same as his dinks. You can't read it off the paddle. Some people telegraph it and you know it, and overheads get crushed in your face.
And long again from Julian Arnold.
And Arnold is frustrated, just took it out on his right hip there. That looked painful.
Dave, I'm going to say those two close line calls that took place in game number 1 really affected Julian Arnold.
Oh, they're in both their heads right this second, Drew. No question about it. But you have got to be a professional and get over that and go.
And that is vintage Wilson and Arnold right there.
Yeah, they want to play at the high pace that we saw in the last third of the first game. Get that crowd going. The crowd wants to erupt here. They just have not been able to make enough balls. There's another example right there.
Those little mistakes that have haunted them here in this match. And into the net that time from Thomas Wilson. He can't believe it.
Yeah, so we love the flashy, but you got to be able to make what we call a reset right there in the transition area coming up to the kitchen. Wilson not able to do it after Arnold was unable to do it.
Does not quite make it over from Dawson.
And if they can get one more hold here and get that ball back, obviously once you get the ball you can keep it for a while. They did that in game 1.
Lots of eye candy from Tyler Loong. It is tough to just keep your composure as he continues to jump the kitchen.
And Arnold's frustrated with the left cords now too, and they have certainly not gone in his favor, and that just sat up on a platter. And Loong, some people panic when that happens, took his time and hit down. It didn't need to be hard, it needed to be down. Great choice from Loong.
Another second serve here. Arnold, well done. They weren't going to be denied that time.
And that's the sick athleticism that this team has. We had a huge duck down here by Wilson, and then he's able to get up and finish. They didn't miss leg day at the Wilson home.
Well, you said it, Dave. They really hope this match is played at that frantic pace. Dawson, Zerny, well done.
And the question is, well, Dave, why aren't they able to play at the frantic pace? It's because Dawson and Loong aren't giving them anything to attack. It's that precise on their side. And then Dawson with a beautiful Ernie to finish.
Tell you what, Mr. Dawson has pulled it out of the bag here in this match.
Well, when the ball's cross court from you and you are on the opposite corner, you just fill the middle with your forehand, and it's Cake City. Great finish, but not the best choice.
Still got an 8-2 lead. Dawson's got to play. And into the net from Wilson. Oh.
Yeah, and they just cannot get comfortable with any of it, and now they're pulling the trigger on some tough balls.
Julian Arnold comes back. It'll be second serve. Trying to keep the momentum going. Here in this game 2, time is running out on Wilson and Arnold. They needed that.
Desperately. So, can they make those fundamental balls to get to the kitchen line to set up all the firepower? We'll see.
around the post. First one we've seen in this match. Both teams reset. And off the wrist of Arnold, Loong was able to sneak it in.
Best point of the match by far. We saw that ATP or around the post, well defended. Then it's 50-50 again, and it's Loong that pulls the trigger. They are a frustrating team to play against, and you can see it on the faces of Arnold and Wilson.
And that's just out. Dave, I remember just a few years ago, the ATP was an indefensible point. Players have gotten much better sniffing it out.
Yes, now it's just a fun ooh and ah, fireworks in the crowd, but everyone's ready. The evolution of the sport is at its infancy, too. We're going to see so many things we never saw before. You're going to have sentences like that in 3 years about something else that hasn't even been invented yet. That's what's great about this sport.
Long that time by Dawson. Could we see another comeback just like game one?
It was the exact scoreboard of 9 on the Loong and Dawson side.
Dawson puts it away.
Yeah, a lot of pop on that ace of spades paddle that Pro Kennex put out there. That's one of the hottest paddles when I be my that. The pace of that thing is just different. And great finish from Dawson.
Second serve.
So side out back to Loong and Dawson. They'll have second serve here coming up.
Just do not want to be sitting at 9 when you give the ball back, because danger exists in the two gentlemen on the other side. Just haven't found it consistently.
Oh, so many speed ups.
And Arnold's like, hello, net cord finally. It wasn't his ball, but it was his partner's ball. And, you know, they know that Loong and Dawson aren't going to hurt him off the bounce, but they have to pick the right spot. So get the ball back with no harm.
ATP, is it in?
Yes.
It is. Caught the line. So Julian Arnold, let's see if that gets him going here in game 2.
And that's where the two-handed backhand really helps you, because you can use the left hand to shape it around, and caught the side of the edge of the line. Great job by Arnold. And oh boy, here's a missed volley like we saw. This is the exact type of miss that we saw in the comeback.
7-9-1.
Arnold and Wilson have got to have this game, though, to extend this match. Tyler Loong went for it. Good decision.
Great decision, and that ball was very shallow to the net. That's a really hard earnie to get, and because you don't want to have your paddle hit the net, that's a fault. That's so athletic from Loong. And then another good skill in pickleball is just letting balls go, and Loong didn't let the adrenaline of the point before make him hit that one.
Just like in any other sport, you can't play to not lose. At this position, got to play to win if you're Loong and Dawson.
Second serve.
Such a nice sneaky inside out from Thomas Wilson there.
9-7-2.
Tyler Loong to serve. Southpaw out of Utah, 31 years old.
Side out.
And the return's not coming back.
They are just flirting with disaster.
7-9-1.
Do not want to give Julian Arnold another chance. He's got one here. Arnold cannot lift it over. Second serve coming up.
It's a good look right there. Just got to make it. I mean, they've at least corrected their getting to the kitchen trouble that they had a little earlier in game 2. Here they're there in perfect position again.
Once again, match had been slowed down, but Tyler Loong just crushes one.
Yeah, and Arnold went up and pushed on the net. He's like, this is impossible this many times. And then sometimes you'll get a net cord that goes over the paddle of your opponent. That one is just, again, there was a waiter showing the fillet, and it was crushed. I mean, this is a disaster for Arnold. He's got to let it go immediately, though.
Loong and Dawson been stuck on 9 forever. Another ATP. Ernie to go with it. Dawson trying to finish. Oh, how about this pickleball? Oh! Oh!
Absolutely insane. That's what pickleball's all about right there. Incredible defense, a Loong tweener in the middle of this.
Crowd beside themselves here at the JW Marriott Sewer Wing. Dawson able to stay calm, Dave, and get a big point.
And again, it's the fundamentals. Wilson let a fairly simple ball up in the air, and Dawson, playing to win, not to lose, came in and did come through and finish, and here we go.
It is match point. It's in. What a shot to finish by Callan Dawson. He and Tyler Loong will get a standing ovation here in Phoenix. Well played.
Yeah, it's a battle of styles. You know that Loong and Dawson are going to make a ton of balls, make you get a little bit impatient.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Callan Dawson, Tyler Loong just pulled out a lights-out match against their opponents. Guys, those games came down to the absolute wire. How did you finish it off?
I mean, both those guys are awesome players. They have unbelievable bounced attacks. Me and Tyler just really had to stick to the game plan, move the dinks around as much as possible, keep them low. So try to have them attack on some balls they maybe didn't want to, and just kind of came down to a few points, and we were able to take it away.
Well, one of the unique things about pickleball is that players call their own lines, and there were a couple tight ones in game one. I think the review showed that you guys were correct. But why does that make pickleball unique? Do you like that about the sport?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'd like for technology to be there, or lines people, but sometimes players do a better job than those people, and so we just try to be honest as best we can and hope for the best.
Well, guys, your nicknames are Lob Doctor and Ernie King. Can you talk a little bit about where those nicknames come from?
I mean, I don't have a lot of offense off the bounce. I like to just kind of dink a lot and grind it out. So one of the things I focus on to give me a little offense is taking that ball out of the air and throwing some lobs.
Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite shot is the Ernie, and I try to do as much as I can. A lot of people know that. I'm lefty, so it sets up pretty well, and so I try to do as much as I can. So I think that's kind of where it came from. I think you guys gave it to me, actually.
Thanks, guys. Good luck in your semifinal. Drew?
Yeah, and on the other side, auditions continue to be Anna Leigh's partner for the full year. She played with Anna Bright last week and won. Now Catherine Parenteau back in that opportunity. Mama Waters unfortunately got hurt.
Yeah.
So this is a lot more than obviously you want to win this match, but long-term partnership, we'll see. That's going to be very interesting to track throughout the year.
Well, Catherine Parenteau next to Waters, as good a candidate I think you can have. You know, in baseball, how there's 5 tool players?
Yes.
I think that's the same in pickleball. There's nothing she can't do.
No, she's a fantastic player, as is Anna Bright. So that's the wildness of this situation. And I'm sure we'll get shots of Leigh Waters coaching up this team. Just to be clear, Anna Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau won the Hertz National Championships in Orlando in December. So they've gotten that done as well.
Tereshchenko able to come up, lift it over. Dizon there as well, and that's an outstanding shot by Megan.
So Megan Dizon has a lot of pace in her game. For those of you that watched the last match, she's got that same black ace paddle from Kennex that is just so full of power. And a very sorry, not sorry wave of the hand from Dizon right there. That was the perfect trickle over. Nothing Parenteau could do.
Rina Tereshchenko, the savvy veteran of the Carvana PPA Tour. She is the ultimate teammate as well. How about this firefight? And Dizon again comes out hot.
Yeah, if the pace is picked up, that's what Megan wants. She wants to be able to go. She's got the pace to bring to the court, and I'm sure it's nice for her to have that comfort of Tereshchenko next to her.
Megan Dizon brings that good length as Anna Leigh gets one by her. Dizon, a former competitive swimmer, grew up in Marriott, California, played her collegiate tennis at BYU. And Parenteau is short. So 3-1 lead. And that's long from Tereshchenko.
Yeah, good lead by Anna Leigh Waters there. It's an important skill set.
1-3-1.
Did it get the line?
Second serve.
Sure looked like it.
1-3-2.
So second serve here. Like the way that Dizon and Tereshchenko have come out here.
Without question.
And Anna Leigh hits it a little bit wide, so keeping the upstarts uncomfortable.
Yes, and Anna Leigh has not lost a single game in women's, mixed, or singles in 2023. Not a match, a game.
Just complete dominance from the 16-year-old. Just celebrating her 16th birthday over the past week, and Dave, she got a very special gift.
She sure did. Carvana is our title of the tour sponsor, and you get to put a coin in, and the vending machine brings a car to you. She got a Range Rover. Okay, so South Florida residents, Anna Leigh Waters is going to be loose on your streets, so look out.
3-1-2.
That car is absolutely beautiful as well. Anna Leigh takes a little bit off it. Dizon can't get to it.
Yeah, you heard Tereshchenko yelling to Dizon, watch it for pace. Such a smart shot selection from Anna Leigh there. Just drops it over the net.
Anna Leigh inside out, perfect spot.
Yeah, Dizon moved with her partner to fill the middle on this ball. You can see she got way over there. That's a tough ball for Waters to make. Made it look easy.
Certainly did. Parenteau can't return it.
Yeah, Waters and Parenteau want to put the ball on the ground in front of Dizon and make her dink with them.
And that's nicely done by Dizon. I really like how she has come out here in this match.
Yeah, up in the air. She likes to take those big swings. She's learned how to control that very, very feisty paddle of hers. A lot of people love the pace it brings, and she is looking good to start.
Parenteau a little bit off here in this first game.
Yeah, and you know, there's the pressure beyond just this match, as we talked about. Long-term impact.
Tereshchenko can't return it. Second serve now.
4-2-2.
Dizon once again. She's hit 3 of those.
Ball in the air, Dizon is a menace. Ball on the ground, much easier to contain. Got to make the ball bounce in front of her.
5-2-2.
Really came on the scene in 2022 during the summer.
Receiver.
At the time, her partner was Elise Jones. Now she's with Irina Tereshchenko and adjusting very, very well. 6-2 here in game one. Great to have you with us on the Carvana PPA Tour. The benefit of coaching in pickleball. Waters and Parenteau certainly have it.
They do. That's Leigh Waters, who unfortunately tore her ACL and is unable to play this year. That was Annalie's usual partner, her mom. And then Athena Trua was sitting next to her, just engaged to Catherine Parenteau, and a great player and coach herself. So a lot of ideas to help get out of this hole. We'll see what happens.
Don't want to get into a slugfest with Anna Leigh because most of the time she's going to win it.
Yeah, and again, Anna Leigh is very comfortable playing on either side. She played on the right side of the court at that point. Now they're going to serve with her on the left side.
But Dizon, I'm telling you, Dave, she is hitting with some confidence.
She is, and the third from Parenteau is up. So put that ball on the ground. That is not going to be a winner. That's the precision you got to have when you have a player that loves to take the ball out of the air.
6-2 here, and the net gods coming into play. Anna Leigh can't believe it.
So you see the hand signals that Parenteau is thinking about giving her when we give you that shot, and they're just trying to figure out what side they want to be on right now.
Second serve.
Tereshchenko.
And speaking of non-communication, that ball went about 4 miles an hour and neither player went for it. Heard an apology from Dizon.
Lets it go. Good decision from Dizon. Was talking about Elise Jones, the former volleyball player now on the PPA Tour. She's going to be a really popular player that players are going to want to play with.
Yes, and she's got Leah Jansen by her side. We'll see them later today.
Oh.
Tereshchenko got exactly what she wanted there. Huge swing at the two-handed backhand. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them. You want to make every one of those when you're the underdog.
Bit of a hill to climb here for Anna Leigh and Catherine. Barely comes over from Parenteau. And Anna Leigh lets that one go.
And that's the difference with Dizon. When it bounces and she tries something, it's a little more chaotic and wild. So we'll see if she can rein that in.
Second serve.
Anna Leigh rushed it a bit that time. Second serve here.
Yeah, they're trying to score 5 points each rally, and you cannot do that.
One at a time. And Parenteau caught off guard.
Again, the ball's not bouncing. You want to bounce your third or your fifth in the kitchen and get up there. They're far superior dinkers if they isolate Dizon, but they're just not doing it.
Just a bit wide. Parenteau lets it go. Now serve number 2.
And this is where Tereshchenko and Dizon have got to take advantage. Oh my.
That not going to help.
3-7-1.
See if that error carries over here, Dave. Tereshchenko now coming up. Took him by surprise a bit.
She sure did. She was backing up and comes flying in and got out of jail. That's a great read. She saw Anna Leigh would be hitting up.
Great hand speed by Parenteau. Oh, how about this hands battle? And a sorry, not sorry, as Dizon gets a little bit of luck.
Yeah, took a humongous swing at this back and off the kitchen line.
7-3-1.
And the perfect net cord for those two, but they've got to add to their lead right now.
Still a 4-point lead for Tereshchenko and Dizon up top. Oh, the defense. Anna Leigh Waters with a finish.
That's the type of point these two have to play. We love the flash, but it's the defense that kept them in. Tereshenko and Dizon had big swings earlier in that point, but it's the swing of the 16-year-old that finishes it.
The saying, defense wins championships. Does it happen in pickleball?
Without question. If you can't defend, you cannot win. The reason for that is the way you can score points is only on serve. So you have to work your way up to the net, and that requires defense.
Great point. And Anna Leigh with another winner. You just see they are really starting to come together here in this game one.
Yep, so the ball starts to bounce. Opportunities exist. Dizon split steps the wrong way. If she's on that side of the court, she's got to fill the middle with the forehand.
And right now, Dave, they are all over it.
It doesn't look like much, but it's the precision of their third shot drops. They're getting down now, and they're getting to dictate play. Before it was Dizon and Tereshenko with balls out of the air dictating play with their offense.
Starting to inch closer. 7-5. Tereshenko and Dizon hanging on to the lead. Great to have you with us here on Tennis Channel. Tennis Channel is your headquarters for the Carvana PPA Tour. Back here in a couple weeks, and then, Dave, to Minnesota for the indoor game.
It's going to be great for the folks in Minnesota. They supported our first visit there last year tremendously. Then we'll warm up down in Florida, head to the middle of the country in Austin, and then, oh, hello, Utah, St. George. It's the Red Rock Open. The Red Rocks are up above center court. They will be packed around center there, I know it. And, folks, you can play right next to these pros, so sign up to play and then go watch the best players in the world.
Classic venues and the best in the world battling it out. Parenteau and Waters making a run just before the break. Let's see if it can continue, and it does.
Yeah, that's why when it was 7-3, you would like to have gotten one or two more to widen that lead. Weren't able to get it, and now, see, now the drops are hitting the ground.
Second serve.
Anna Leigh can't lift it. Second serve now from Parenteau and Waters.
She overran it. What I mean by that is she had a ball that was a sitter on her backhand, but she tried to get to a forehand there and missed it.
Had a chance to speak with Anna Leigh's father, Steve Waters, before this match. He is Anna Leigh's biggest fan and sort of like their manager as well. Imagine his job, making sure she gets everywhere she needs to be.
Yeah, it's a family affair. A lot of the rest of the extended family support her as well. And she is an unbelievable ambassador at just 16 years old for our sport. Inspires a lot of young ladies to play this and young gentlemen. And people even go as Anna Leigh Waters for Halloween.
The winner by Tereshenko. She dialed it in.
Just did not read the signal there at all, and a freebie.
8-6-2.
That's 8-6 on the score.
And that one a little bit long from Arena.
Yeah, you hate to just hand a team a point by having one of your players on your side misread the signal there, but they got back out of it.
Second serve.
Once again, Dizon continuing to be aggressive.
And she's reaching in, and Parenteau's thirds are just not quite as good. They have that teardrop shape. They usually do bounce.
And Parenteau hits the net.
Now she overcorrected. Left the first one high, left the second one short.
8-6-1.
Now Megan Dizon to serve. New pairing of Dizon and Tereshenko faring pretty well here in Phoenix. And Dizon able to come back and tag Catherine that time.
Yeah, and it was Parenteau that started that fight, and Dizon was happy to finish. There's a great reset right there, and Dizon didn't let her off the hook. The paddle was still down, so she attacked low, then went up to the body, and she was not ready.
None of the pros planned this 10 years ago. They just kind of went with the explosion of the game, didn't they?
They did, and now they're riding an unbelievable wave. The fact that we're on Tennis Channel just shows the additional growth that we have.
Leigh comes out swinging out of timeout.
Yeah, I mean, 4 years ago, people were standing out there with an iPhone to put pickleball out there. The popularity of not just the pros, but the amateurs. There's parks packed across this nation playing pickleball right now. It's greatness.
It's been an absolute phenomena. Dizon and Tereshchenko may have tap paddles there. And is that on the line? Oh, just a little deep.
Just deep, and you would have loved to have gotten that 10th point, because then you have scoreboard pressure on your opponent as well. Not able to do it.
So Parenteau and Waters trailing here by 3. That backhand just tremendous from the women's #1 player.
And I like the change here. Parenteau's drops are not on. Let's drive the third, and then Leigh can crash, and we'll see if she does it again. She does.
Tereshchenko once again coming off that back line. Parenteau trying to dial it up. One of the longest points of the match right here. And finally it's Waters.
And you saw in the middle of that point, and it was a tremendous point, how Dizon and Tereshchenko did not move together. And at the end of the point, you see guessing. You don't want to be guessing as a partnership. Tereshchenko saw a chance to get the ball down. She came flying in. Dizon didn't come with him. Then they were in I formation.
Little gamesmanship. Another timeout. 9-8, game 1. We're back in a moment here on Tennis Channel. Drew Felios alongside Dave Fleming here on Tennis Channel. Just thrilled you are here with us. Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau starting to make their run. And the run continues.
Have climbed all the way up to even. Can they finish?
As you stated, Dave, it has been a minute since Leigh lost a game, and it looks like she is going to pull this one out here.
Got to get one more. Can they do it here on their first chance?
3 straight out of the timeout. Yes, they can. And it's Waters and Parenteau holding it down. Welcome back here on Tennis Channel. The women's draw looking like this. Here is, we got one more slot before that Final Four is set. A little surprise, no Kovalova and Callie Jo Smith in that mix.
And kudos to Bobby Oshiro and Sarah Ansbury. They beat Kovalova and Smith, the top seed. They started their partnership in this event last year and ran through it. Were the defending champions, lose their first match today. And then Oshiro and Ansbury, you always wonder, big upset, can you get the next one done? They do. They beat Andrea Koop and Georgia Johnson. Wow, so they're going to be playing. You mentioned Elise Jones before, played with Dizon last year. She's with Leah Jansen. That's going to be an unexpected yet very entertaining semifinal.
0-0-2.
So here we go, game number 2. Tereshchenko and Dizon let a big-time opportunity get away in game 1, trying to recoup.
Point.
Yeah, the one concern from the Tereshchenko and Dizon camp is they kept switching who was on the left and who was on the right, and I saw a lot of retreating during the back half of that first game. They need to stay up there and stay involved and engaged and let their offense fly through those balls in the air.
Talked about Dizon and Jones pairing last year. As you see the winner there by Parenteau. There were some big decisions made on partners during the offseason.
All over the place. We've been talking about it throughout the mixed doubles, and today you're always trying to find that perfect chemistry.
ATP, does it find a spot in the back?
It does not, and nice matrix move by Dizon there too, because if she got clipped with it, that's the other team's point, but gets out of the way.
Oh.
definitely like her in a limbo line competition.
Yeah, she is constant with the yoga, so I think it helped her out right there. So tied at 1 now.
And it's all that off the court stuff that's so important here, Drew.
Yep. Oh, nicely done by Parenteau. Just split him right down the middle.
And Parenteau looks a lot more comfortable on the court than she did at the beginning of the match. That's a beautiful flick down the middle.
How about the hands by Leigh, and Parenteau comes right in. That's just too good.
And there's again the retreat from Dizon. The minute it got a little hot at the kitchen, she flew out of there, and you can see her court positioning versus everyone else on the court. That is not going to go well for those two.
What do you do right now when Parenteau and Waters start playing like this besides pray?
Well, what they did, they should pray, but they also switched. So that's a nice job again by the veteran Tereshenko. Hey, where are you comfortable? What are we going to do here? She's going to leave Dizon on that side, and now it carries over to a missed return. And the wheels are starting to, they're not all the way off, but there's some loose bolts, that's for sure.
Another point for Parenteau.
This has got to be a timeout. This has got to be a timeout. Just settle this down, and that's exactly what they did.
The game away from the game.
6-1-1.
6-1 now, Parenteau serving. And right now, there's just no stopping the Waters Parenteau freight train.
Well, the problem is all I hear is the backup alarm on the truck that is Dizon and Tereshenko. They get to the line and then beep, beep, they keep going back. They got to stay in there.
Point.
Oh, another missed return, and this is close to catastrophic.
8-1-1.
Tereshenko's trying to keep the energy one at a time.
Look up at the scoreboard just like that. It's 9-1 in the blink of an eye.
And again, Smart, if they're not sure who's going to be filling the middle, keep putting the ball there as well. So pinpoint smart strategic play by Waters and Parenteau since they were down big.
Second serve.
Tereshenko lets it go. Have a second serve here. The aggressiveness that Dizon and Tereshenko had out of the gate, non-existent right now.
And that's because the balls they're getting are so different.
Point. Yes. 10-1-2.
So match point goes to Waters and Parenteau. 11-9, 11-1. Little bit of a slow start, but they made the adjustment. Got a little bit of coaching on that side, and they just absolutely ran away with it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Desert Ridge, where our ladies have just finished taking the court. Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters on to the semifinal. And guys, your competition came out very, very hot in game one, but you were able to dial it back in game two and really run away with it. What contributed to that?
I think we did a great job communicating. We switched sides a few times. They were on fire, so we had to really stop them being on fire. But yeah, we switched side and we communicated really well, and we were able to get the first game, which was pretty tough.
We saw Tereshenko and Dizon switching it up on the other side, trying to decide who would play the left versus the right. How do you change based on where they're standing on court?
Yeah, so depending on who you play, different matchups, different people want to be in front of different people. In this matchup, I don't really think we had someone who wanted to be in front of someone. It was just what was working best for us at that point. Maybe they had someone they wanted to be in front of, but the good thing about me and Catherine is we can pretty much play either side and switch when necessary, like she said, as long as we communicate.
Well, still lots of action ahead. How are you guys going to prep for that big semifinal coming up later today?
I think we're going to go talk it out, maybe come up with a game plan. They're two great players, Anna Bright and Vivian David. I believe it's their first time playing together, so it'll be a fun match coming up for sure.
All right, ladies, good luck in that match. Drew?
That's absolutely right. So they're going to make these boys hit balls that bounce. Anything in the air is trouble, and we're going to have some epic hands battles here. This is going to be a blast.
Collin Johns to serve.
The semifinals, we are starting video challenge. Game 1, tied 0-0-2.
Words from Don Stanley, PPA head official, and off we go from Phoenix. Lengthy dink battle to start. Ben Johns speeds it up.
Yeah, and Frazier got a look at a higher dink from Collin Johns and said, I'm coming at you, Ben. And Ben's like, go right ahead. Just gets roped. And you'll see that the Johns boys will be dinking in the middle because of the grip that J.W. Johnson uses. He is not going to hurt you off the bounce with the forehand ever. They know they have a safe zone to put the ball.
There's those hands, those lethal hands of J-Dub.
Great job by Johnson of finishing the second ball there. And as Don Stanley said at the beginning, there is replay in the semifinals today. So if we have a reason to use it, we've got a referee right here in the truck to help make that call.
Another point by Collin Johns.
Yeah, again, going to the middle. Unless it's just sitting way up where J.W. Johnson can get over the top of it and really bring it, it's going to be a dink or a problem.
John short on the return. Second serve here from Ben.
2-0-2.
And right down the line, it's in from Ben Johns.
It's just such a difficult ball because he has so many options. When that ball's up in the air, you saw Frazier just leaning ever so slightly to his left, and you're dead the minute you're wrong.
2-0 lead here for Ben and Collin. Make it 3-0 now. And that's hit long from J.W. Johnson.
So again, it's Frazier that speeds it up. Riley Newman and Matt Wright, when they've had some of their epic showdowns with the Johns boys, have sped it up with some success at the Ben Johns backhand. And that's wide as well, and trouble to start for the youngsters.
For Johnson and Frazier, is this the approach you want here early on in game one?
Just, you know, settle in at the kitchen line and use those fast hands. And sometimes, again, as we've talked about, just getting that first point, like, okay, this is for Sunday. This is a big moment. Let's not let the moment get too big, though.
Collin Johns takes it out of the air.
Yeah, even the net isn't their friend right now. That's a great job by Ben Johns of hitting down after the ball on the net cord sat up for him.
And J.W. Johnson short that time on the return.
And Collin Johns is going to hit 500 balls into that exact spot because he knows unless it's way up in the air, he's going to be perfectly safe.
5-0 for the Johns brothers, looking to add to it. All Ben and Con here early on. And they're going to score again. It's 6-0. So excited to have you with us on Tennis Channel so far. It's been the Ben and Collin Johns show here in this match, 6-0. So if you're Johnson and Frazier, is it time, Dave, to reevaluate?
It certainly is, especially when Collin Johns is blowing up J.W. Johnson on each side of the timeout. That is a bad look for them.
7-0-1.
And a ball off the net cord that stays in is a replay on the PPA Tour.
Second serve.
Yeah, the other thing that's interesting about timeouts is Collin Johns brings a story he wants told to every match. And so far, this story is a bestseller. Specific ways he wants the match to go. He aligns with his partners. Obviously, very easy to do that with his brother. But that's the level of detail and why these guys are on Championship Sunday all the time.
Yeah, he is a next-level thinker in this game of pickleball. Has been able to hit it against the body of Frazier.
Yeah, if I would pick anybody on tour to be my strategist, it would be Collin Johns.
7-2.
Speed up, no problem for Ben and Collin.
So Collin's sitting on his backhand when the ball is in that mid-court position because he knows if J.W. Johnson tries to hit that to his forehand, it'll go wide. That's the level of specificity he has in his own game.
Got to shake things up just a bit. Good job by Frazier.
7-0-2.
Just wide.
And then you try to go for a little too much, Drew. And it's no man's zero in the desert.
Collin into the net. That's really the first mistake he's made.
Yeah, and you saw him look to the heavens. He slid. He knew a speed up was coming. You can watch his fade. He knew it. He just didn't execute it.
Oh, J.W. nicely done, that little backhand.
Yeah, I mean, the hands are always out in front. You know, you talk about having the paddle up. His starting paddle position is actually quite low, but his hands are so good he can get it anywhere. More of that is what they need. Just got to pick the right balls.
Oh, what a job by Ben to duck.
We talked about Dizon getting out of the way earlier. There's a great job by Ben Johns getting out of the way here in this match.
Collin just waiting to attack.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving the dinks around. They know where they can and cannot get hurt. They won't put it there. You saw sort of a weird bounce there, and J.W. Johnson was a little bit in cement with his feet and popped it up.
J.W., well played. And that's wide.
So that's one of the few long dink rally points that Frazier and Johnson have won. They need to remember that and build on it. They can grind with these two as well. They just have to stay real patient. Two nicely executed points in a row from Johnson and Frazier, not trying to do too much on the wrong ball, and then Frazier had a great opportunity there and finished.
Critical side out here. Tried to speed it up, just not the right time from Frazier.
Yeah, he had the right idea. He had the seas of John's parting, but you've got to roll that. If you hit it the same swing, it just can't stay in from that position. More spin or less swing.
Ben John's rare mistake.
Yeah, you don't see him get crossed up on dinks that often, and that's a great job again. Frazier and Johnson trying to find a pattern for them at the kitchen line that works.
Some life here from Frazier and Johnson. Collin speeding it up, and again J.W. Johnson. So it's 8-3.
3-8-2.
Can they continue this momentum? Yes, they will.
And a little frustration from Ben Johns there. That's a big swing at the kitchen line. Again, you're trying to hit the outside of the ball and spin that back into the corner. Did not hit that the way he wanted.
And off the paddle and a ride that time from Frazier.
Yeah, so Frazier's trying to dink wide to Collin Johns to try and get a ball that's up and then attack the Johns, Ben Johns backhand in front of him. Worked a couple times, but certainly not there.
ATP set up. Now the overhead from Ben. Here we go. Not coming back.
Tremendous defense earlier in the point from J.W. Johnson, because you saw the beautiful shape of the ball. Collin Johns hit the outside, was able to bring that all the way around. That's an ATP or around the post. That set up the whole point for the Johns boys.
And Ben misfires. So second serve, 9-4 the lead.
9-4-2.
Oh, just a beauty.
So again, J.W. Johnson, unless it's really cream puffy like that dink was, but the big backswing, Ben knows the big one's coming and wrecked the reply. And a carryover.
So 11-4. The Johns brothers unflappable in game number 1. Game 2 coming up next from Phoenix. Welcome back to the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open, powered by Foot Solutions. Drew Felios alongside Dave Fleming. The Johns brothers flying high in game number 1. And now if you're Frazier and J.W. Johnson, what's the approach?
Well, the good news, unlike other sports, the Super Bowl will be here next weekend. The first quarter counts to the total. In pickleball, you got run over 11-4. Who cares? Throw that away. It doesn't matter in game 2. It's 0-0. Go win this and force a third game.
See if they can get off to a better start here. There you go.
So Collin Johns was able to get full scorpion there, and what I mean by that is he gets real low on his knees and has the paddle above his head and hits down, but wasn't able to get the ball all the way down. But he saw that come and just couldn't finish it. That's a new shot. We wouldn't have talked about a scorpion 2 years ago. People are learning how to protect their body. When the ball is low, you go high with the paddle.
And that goes long. Good heads up by Collin Johns. Former tennis player, Florida Gulf Coast University, Dunk City.
Dunk City, indeed. What a run they had several years ago.
Incredible.
Second serve.
Just a little shake of the head from Ben there after the missed dink. And you don't want to give Johnson and Frazier anything here. Keep them down. They have all the firepower.
Point.
And again, it looks the same, but it is not exactly the same because they're dinking to specific spots on the court. There, the left foot of Frazier, and he couldn't adjust his body to make a shot.
2-1 now for Ben and Collin. That's well done by Frazier.
And Frazier says, I see your scorpion and raise you, and just wrecks that attack from Ben. Johns there, well played by the Missouri Tiger.
Another speed up, and again it's Frazier having the final say.
Yeah, the hands of J.W. Johnson to handle this first ball was what made that happen. That's usually a winner. That's tremendous from J.W. Johnson.
And there's Ben just measuring it up.
Just waiting for one that is attackable enough, and then he picks a very specific target, and like the Top Gun movies, he locks in on that and fires. Beautiful job by Ben.
Still a chance to pull ahead, and Ben just finds the open court seamlessly.
Yeah, and that's one of those drives where if you are going to shake and bake, which means you drive it and your partner crashes, that ball's got to be low to the net or too many options. Great, easy finish for Ben Johns.
Quick hands of J-Dub, trying to stay in it, but just too much Ben Johns.
And again, the read by Collin Johns earlier in the point of sliding, knowing that pace is coming right there. You see him jump, he's straddling the sideline. That sets up the whole point.
3-2-1.
This defense, but just left it up for J.W. Johnson. He knew what to do with it.
Yeah, they made about 11 beautiful resets in a row in horrible position, but good patient attacks from Frazier and Johnson. Didn't try to hit through them.
So many long points here in this match so far. J.W. has got to play it. It's Frazier.
That's beautiful because Ben Johns felt like he was in a good position when he gets to come into the middle and roll that backhand, but he couldn't get it down, and he got beat there.
Caught a bit off guard, and we're tied at 3.
Yeah, and choices being made by Frazier, and Johnson much better. Got a little help off the net there. Nothing wrong with that, they say.
Overall, so far, when you watch the Johns brothers, same amount of participation from Collin as last year, or is there more on his plate here in 2023?
There's no difference in the plate. The 5-course meal is on the left, and Collin will take whatever is left, and it's in a very important role. I don't mean to diminish it, but there's nothing different on the way they're playing. As far as court coverage, there's a lot of differences as it relates to shot selection, shots on the court. You saw Collin sliding, Ben comes in with him. All of that is well rehearsed. But when you've won 92% of your matches, we're not going to change the balls that each of you take. We are going to change where we put the balls so that we are in the most advantageous position.
Yeah, great point. Johnson and Frazier with a 1-point lead.
You know, I've talked to Collin about this. Because he plays a very focused role with the men's doubles, it does give him some trouble when it gets to mixed, because he doesn't play that aggressive style on the left side of the court that much. He's definitely getting better there, but that's the trade-off here.
Yep. Oh, good speed up that time.
Yeah, so I like Frazier and Johnson's choices much better here in game number 2, and the scoreboard shows it.
Collin, is it in?
No.
Just wide.
Game goes for a little too much cross court, and
5-3-1. I got
Frazier and Johnson looking a lot more comfortable.
So largest lead here for the upstarts, the youngsters, Johnson and Frazier.
Second serve.
You know, this is a hill they've only gotten over one time. They've had a few chances. We haven't seen this match a ton, but they would love to force a game 3 and see what happens there.
Collin again caught stepping back. Frazier pulled the trigger.
Yeah, and I think a little graze of the net caused him to be off there from my vantage point. Just didn't get a good look at it.
6-3 now.
Oh, that's one. Wow, because Collin got caught in that slide. We talked about it. J.W. Johnson set up his partner perfectly. See if we have a big advantage come from that miss.
Oh, tried the ATP, just did not have the angle.
The dreaded HTP. He hit the post. You don't want to have that happen. Couldn't swing it around.
Frazier again. He's really playing well here in game 2.
Yeah, and some little loose arms from Ben after that. I mean, Frazier just said, bring it into the forehand. I am ready.
6-3-1.
Quick hands by Collin.
You know, I like J.W. Johnson got a dink that was a little bit up, and he went after Collin Johnson. Just got beat there, but I like the choice he made right there. It's just Johns was ready.
Into the net that time from Ben Johns.
Same idea, different side of the body from Collin Johnson. J.W. Johnson is really pushing the pace on his side. Oh, you hate to miss that one.
So a side out coming up for Ben and Collin Johns. Timeout on the court. They are trailing here in game 2. 7-3. Come back here on Tennis Channel in just a moment. Folks, an outstanding scene here at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open. We're in Phoenix. This is powered by Foot Solutions, Drew Felios and Dave Fleming. And much better play here in game number 2 from Johnson and Frazier.
Yeah, nice job by the Johns boys of taking advantage of a short return that was up, that they could initiate the offense, and that's how this match has gone. Who can initiate not just the offense, but the correct offense. And Ben is making sure we get the scoreboard right, and also didn't, smash that ball so hard off the edge. We're going to get a new ball.
With the ball flying around so fast, Dave, take note, the sun going down, see a bit of the shadow on the court.
Sure.
How does that affect play?
Visually, it can definitely affect play. I'll talk about that after this point.
Second serve.
We definitely saw a little bit of that yesterday. There was cloud cover. Today, you can see in that those shadows are going to keep stretching, so the color of the ball will change as it comes to you. Just have to really, when you have to think about looking, that's another thing that is really hard for you as a pro to play precisely, especially these guys can read the spin of the ball. It's harder to do so when it goes from shadows to dark and light and back again.
Second serve.
The way we'll be able to tell if that's the case is if we see what are usually easy balls for these guys to make, and they're not making them.
Second serve here for Johnson and Frazier. And another opportunity gone by the wayside.
The other thing that will create, Drew, with the shadows is there may become a good side of the court, and then you'll make decisions based on where you want to start and end a match if you win the toss.
JW into the net, 7-5.
That's the difference. Game 1, we saw a lot of that ambitious choices. Haven't seen that here in game 2. That's why they have the lead.
Ben John's trying to dial it up. We'll have second serve now.
Yeah, that's a great block by JW Johnson there. Able to get it down.
Another long dink battle here. Perhaps the longest point of the match. It continues.
And that's the beauty of this sport. The pace is slow, 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 and then somebody ignites the fire, and it is beautifully done by Johnson and Frazier there.
Johns comes right back.
Rock you like a hurricane with the scorpion right there from Collin Johns.
Now you got that song in my head.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Ben comes and gets it. There's Ben Johns, little flick on that backhand.
And that is why these guys practice dinking so much, because the difference between the ball Dylan Frazier just hit and one that's just a little lower and bounces is the difference between a ball getting shoved down your throat and continuing on. And there's the danger of when you switch sides and you want JW Johnson, you push your return through your momentum of your body and you give them a freebie.
Ben and Collin back to within one. And that now is a tie game.
A little fist pump by Collin Johns there. He can get chatty, usually just with Riley Newman when one of those epic showdowns that they have, but a little emotion there from CJ.
Speaking of emotion, you rarely see it on the other side with Johnson and Frazier.
Johnson starts screaming on Diamo. That's just not him, and I think that will get him off kilter. You got to find what works for you. Sometimes you get poked by the bear, and you want to react to that, and if you feel good doing that, I think you will see that. I think it comes to everything. It's your on-court and off-court demeanor, and as this sport rises, you want to connect with the fans. Fans connect with emotion. They are going to have to see the things. The quirky J.W. Johnson, his Instagram is great. Get to know that player off the court just as well, but I wouldn't want him to be running around skipping and screaming and high-fiving fans. That's just not him.
Ben and Collin back on top, a 1-point lead. Pop up from Collin. Trying to go get that. We're still playing. And that is out.
And a strange choice by J.W. Johnson on that second overhead. He hit a backhand overhead. He had hours to get his feet around that to hit a traditional overhead. Didn't do it.
Oh, Ben. JW, nice recovery that time. Ben John's gonna score the winner.
Yeah, so terrific recovery on a very aggressive dink from Ben Johns, and then he gets a ball up there and just pounds it. Match point.
Here we go. Ben attack mode all the way. Ben and Collin Johns threatened a bit in that second game.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got Team Johns here with me. They're headed to Championship Sunday. Boys, congratulations. On the other side of the net, you had two formidable opponents, and the key in this match was truly patience. How were you waiting for the right moment to speed up those balls?
Yeah, we just played those guys in the last tournament, and obviously they both have great hands and they both dink well, so we know that's going to result in a lot of long dink rallies. Just got to stay patient and pick your spots.
Well, speaking of last tournament, those guys took you to a game 3, and they had some match points against you, I believe so. How did you want to do something different coming out here today and really come away with a strong win?
Yeah, I think it was mostly just about focusing. I think the ball is a little soft here, so we knew it was going to be long, grindy rallies, and there's really no reason to be making unforced errors when the ball's this soft. So it was about, you know, getting in every time, making sure that every point is earned, and I think when you do that, it really turns it into a good grind, and that's what we want, and that's what we like, and that's what worked out for us well.
Well, guys, those shadows have started to creep across the court here. How does that change how the game is played?
Yeah, certainly when you're so close together and it's all about reaction time, the shadows can play a big part. So you got to choose the side if you get that opportunity that you feel you're going to play better at. So earlier, actually, the shadows were worse than some of the other courts. So this is not all that bad, all things considered, but definitely is a factor.
Some of the fans out there asking why the green socks. Do we have an answer to this?
Well, I may be known for not matching my clothing always, to say the least, but Collin asked, hey, do you have neon socks? I was like, hey, that is one thing I can match. So we were able to match shoes and socks, and that's where it ended.
All right, guys, congratulations and good luck on Sunday. Drew?
It's looking good. Here we go.
First shot up against the net for Matt Wright.
And again, we talked about it when they played before. When you have a righty and a lefty, you can jump the corner and you don't need to get the ball, but you funnel a ball to someone's forehand. Worked out well for Loong there.
That skims the net, lands in for Wright. Second
And
serve now.
Absolutely no thoughts of a sorry from Matt Wright there.
Safe to say that role of pickleball's bad boy is in Matt Wright's hands
I mean,
right now?
I don't think he's necessarily the bad boy, but he loves to poke the bear. So he was definitely the villain before. And, you know, the big issue with this match, and we'll talk about it after this, is Newman and Wright played an epic mixed doubles match against each other yesterday, 11-9 in the third to get to Championship Sunday. So they had to just come out, and, you know, that's part of the deal. So he was the villain yesterday. Now he's the partner of that man.
Riley Newman climbs the ladder there. Yeah, Newman's partner, Anna Bright, had a tremendous showing
Yes, she did.
in that match as well. Another point for Wright Newman.
Yeah, and this is a dangerous start for Loong and Dawson because they want you to get in your head a little bit, make a few errors. We're going to make a ton of balls now that they're down 3-zip.
Oh, off the paddle, went awry for Dawson. Landed just shy of the line.
Yeah, and if even left-handed Riley Newman can't get there, that's an unbelievable angle. Get your protractors out, folks.
Once again, I'll tell you what, Callan Dawson showing it here today.
And both the readiness and the pop in that paddle. For Riley Newman to not make solid contact, you have to be bringing heat. That was a 3-digit fastball right there.
Second, sir.
A little short that time from Tyler Loong.
Yeah, and Matt Wright's going to be happy to put that ball on the bounce on the backhand side cross court to Loong because he will not hurt you with it. He'll just cut it back into the court.
Loong's got to go get it. Loong cannot straighten it out. What a point that's
Just tremendous pickleball. What a topspin lob. Matt Wright beat the lob doctor Callan Dawson to the first lob of the match, and it was gorgeous. But the athleticism of Loong was able to track it down. Saw everything pickleball has to offer in that one.
Second, sir.
So second serve coming up already. A 3-0 lead for Matt Wright and Riley Newman. Riley Newman, a resident here of Phoenix. So you know the crowd is going to be on his side, and he likes to work it here at the JW Marriott.
And you know, Matt Wright just holds that, and you kind of know if you're in front of him which target is he aiming at, and he was able to keep that attack really low.
Short that time by Wright. And a side out.
Time to go for Loong and Dawson. Just get one or two.
Oh, Dawson short that time.
Yeah, tried to reach in and take it, and love the approach. You just got to make it, because if you reach in, you take time away, and that puts pressure on the next ball.
Now Newman speeding things up. It's in. Wright comes up to play it. Can't get it over.
Yeah, we had two lefties on the court for a second there as Newman goes southpaw to do that, and he extends his reach and is able to play incredible defense. He's one of the few that even think of that as an option.
So Loong and Dawson finally on the board, but it'll be a side out right back to Wright Newman.
Yeah, I like what Callan Dawson had there. Just got to make it, attack, and come in behind his own ball.
Nice finish from Tyler Loong. This is the semifinal men's doubles for the right to meet the Johns brothers on Championship Sunday.
4-1-2.
There's that Ernie from Loong, what he does best.
He does, and it's a great read, and Riley Newman had not been leaving that dink up the line to even give him the opportunity to do that. That time he did. Great finish. Flashy from the Ernie King.
Oh, completely took Dawson off balance.
Yeah. The paddle looked the same, and at the last second, watch what he does with his wrist, changes it, hits it inside out. That's gorgeous from Matt Wright.
Absolutely froze him.
4-1-1.
Side switch here for Wright and Newman. Okay.
Drop it. Riley will get there. Oh, Dawson nearly had a great get.
What a get, though, by Riley Newman, because when you're flying up there at 100 miles an hour, you're usually going to pop it up or crash into the net yourself. You had to stop, keep it safe, and keep the point going. What a play by him, and then a great dink finish from Matt Wright.
Good hands battle.
Yeah, and this was the question when this duo came together last year, Wright and Newman. Who's going to play the right and the left side? It's been predominantly Newman on that left side. We see the switch here. They felt a little stale here in this match, and Matt Wright goes for a little too much there. So we'll see if they stick with it or switch out of it here. I cannot see through Matt Wright's body to tell you what signal he gave. He's going to stay.
That's long.
Yeah, Callan Dawson saw that, but didn't have the paddle at the angle he needed to be down on that. And with that paddle, it's going to explode off there and go deep if you don't have it just right. And that was not just right for Matt Wright.
Get a point back here. It's now a 3-point game here, game number 1. It's all Matt Wright right now. Loong poaching in. And Wright finishes.
Again, with the inside out there, Tyler Loong had a good look at a ball, wasn't able to finish it. Interesting, just watching Wright and Newman try and figure out, okay, we're going to do this. The two alphas had a little paddle clank in the middle in that last rally.
Froze them both.
Yeah, so Riley looked over and Matt's like, hey, I just went to Ernie. I'm not back there yet. You know, that's when you expect him, but he hung out there for a minute and couldn't get his feet out of the kitchen as well.
There's Dawson again.
So Loong and Dawson now have them a little, they're not frustrated with each other, but just looking at each other like, what happened there? They're going to stay, though, with that formation.
Second serve.
And that's short off the paddle of Dawson.
Yeah, they've definitely chosen to focus all the balls on Matt Wright right now for the most part.
Interesting strategy to continue to target Matt Wright.
Sure, why not? I mean, you know, you've got to have a game plan. That's clearly the game plan. Now, Matt Wright is going back to where he started this match.
Dawson frustrated.
Oh, just a perfect setup, and that's as frustrated as that man. Again, another one that keeps it very even keel. SoCal chill.
Dawson trying to make up for it here. Now it's Newman. Firefight right now. It is hot right over the kitchen.
That was a tremendous point, and it's the firefighter, former, of all of them that gets it done. That being Callan Dawson. Little help off the tape. Never hurt anybody.
6-2-2.
Resides in San Diego, California. Oh, Loong looking to finish it off. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, so the point construction here has been pretty good. Callan Dawson was on the attack in the prior point, got unlucky, and then that Ernie had good opportunities written on it as well.
Riley Newman pumps the fist to the crowd here in Phoenix.
Yeah, and that's why this duo is so difficult to deal with when it is Riley on the left, because Matt can just attack the guy in front of him and not worry about the left side of his body because Riley Newman's pancake forehand is there.
Opened up an 8-2 lead. Tyler Loong, another Ernie. Well done.
Yeah, and it's discipline. Riley knows you cannot put the ball there or you're going to have to defend an Ernie. He's only put 2 there, and Loong got both of them.
Second serve. 2-8-2.
Lob it. First time from Wright. Now Matt Wright coming strong.
Yeah, he has out-lobbed Callan Dawson, which is impressive. And you heard Tyler Loong say out of the air when the lob was going over his head. And then a just firefight finish for Matt Wright, and he's going 3rd shot lob. Yeah, you can hear Matt Wright say, my bad. He keeps throwing the lobs up in the air. That left hand of Tyler Loong is very deadly.
Good job by Riley. Tremendous hustle, and it pays off.
That's just a ridiculous get. And again, as I talked about the other one, he's able to scrap up. To be able to keep it safe is so hard. Well done by Newman.
So Matt Wright, a little flat-footed there. Side out, coming out of Loong and Dawson.
Scores 2-9.
And they trail here in game number 1. We'll step aside. Timeout on the court. Back to Phoenix in a moment. If there was one team in men's doubles that gave the Johns brothers the most fits in 2022, it was these guys.
Oh, it was great. A rivalry brewed. They won a fair amount of those, and if they get there again, we'll talk a lot about that, Matt, tomorrow.
Go, go, go! Oh, what a shot. Great get by Dawson. Tyler Loong nearly made it happen. Oh, he was a wizard on that point.
Yeah, when you are engaged, meaning you're the one hitting the balls, you want to keep hitting them, but the Riley Newman defense with the windshield wiper just got him out of position. And there you see, oh, I thought you had it from Matt Wright again, switched back.
3-9-2.
And that's what will happen if you don't stay on the sides. You're not as comfortable. You'll get a few errors. Even that ball right there was in danger for a second.
Six-point lead here for Wright Newman.
Point.
it just became 5.
Yeah, and as I mentioned at the jump, the best they've done in the last 2 matches is get to 11-5. So they're within 1 of that. That is certainly not their target here.
And that's a little bit long.
So again, they're going to just stay on Matt Wright and make Riley Newman try and find a ball.
And it will be side out right now to Newman and Wright. They're 2 points away.
Yeah, smart side switch by those two. Matt got a little targeted there on the left side.
And now it's game point for the number 2 seed.
10-5-1.
And just hit wide by Newman.
It's a shot Matt Wright's been making all day. That little inside out from the middle of the court. That was not hit the same way. That was rolled, and you can't keep the spin inside the line there if you hit it in that manner.
Loong tried to get loose again, but Riley Newman has it all figured out. 11-5 in game 1.
Yeah, there's a little bravado in the finish, like, I don't care, jump around all you want. I'm standing right here. No, no, no. And again, 5's the best they've done again, and 5's all they got here in game number 1.
1 game in the books. Riley Newman halfway home to a championship berth.
Yeah, had 2 chances, he took them, but it's the opportunities. The Wright-Newman duo know better than to put the ball there. Sure is fun to watch it. And SWAT City to start here in game number 2. You know, the other question on the switching around the sides is, does one player handle this shadows and so forth a little better? They may be having that conversation.
Second serve.
Because even though you only see a little sunlight in the back corner on the court itself, you can see that Matt Wright's entire body is in the sun. So just another thing to deal with.
And Riley Newman is feeling it right now.
Yeah, and the prancing back, he didn't even turn around. He backpedaled.
1-0-2.
And when he stands tall after hitting a winner, there's a message in that body language.
Right foot stepped on the line. Side out.
And Alan Roman says, I don't care. I see your big foot over there, Mr. Arizona. Catches him in the kitchen.
Second serve.
Riley Newman, one of 7 siblings. Sister Lindsay, they're not pairing up this year in mixed doubles. Surprise.
0-1-2.
Yeah, you know, they've done a lot of damage as a pair, and now Riley's going to be playing a lot with Anna Bright, and they came up just short. They got the bronze medal yesterday.
Yep. Nicely done by Dawson.
Love that finish there. Riley Newman just got back from Australia earlier this week, spreading the good word of pickleball down under. So
1-1-2.
love the expansion and love seeing these players go take our game into new places.
Loong and Dawson trying to light a fire here.
Yeah, we saw Thomas Wilson and Julian Arnold try to speed it up through the middle quite a bit against these two, and the 2 forehands there. That's not a good choice. Loong was ready on that one.
Was it wide? I think so.
I think Matt Wright played that in. And there may be a consideration of a challenge. No, they're going to play on. There is a challenge in the semifinals today. Boy, that's a ball you just have to make. You know you're up against it. I doubt they know the math of only have gotten to 5 walking out on the court in the last couple of matches against these two.
Tyler Loong again seizing the opportunity.
Love that the truck showed our Ernie feature, and add that to the reel, boys, because that was a beauty from Tyler Loong.
He's got great hops. Would love to have a skills challenge in pickleball between
I think
Loong
that's
and
going to
Newman.
happen someday, just like the NHL All-Stars did last night.
Let's make it happen, Dave Fleming.
I will. I accept.
All right. Newman again moving laterally, and did he get it?
I think they're playing that ball in too, cross court all the way, and I believe the referee saw this in. This is just a ridiculous spot. Might have caught the side of the line.
Oh, Riley is just on a mission.
Yeah, nice little job by Matt Wright of just leaving a ball. He was sort of in an awkward position, but kept it safe, and then Riley pounced. And these short returns have to stop because you're just feeding the beast. I mean, let's throw another steak in there. He's hungry.
So Matt Wright and Riley Newman trying to finish this match off and advance to championship Sunday. And don't forget, we still got 2 women's semifinals coming up as well.
Can't wait. Those are going to be epic. You hate to miss a third when the other team called timeout and make them look smart. That's the last thing you want to do.
3-5-1.
And just short that time from Dawson. So second serve coming from Tyler Loong. They trail by 1.
4-5-2.
Got to go get it. No problem for Riley. Oh, is it on the line?
It's just wide. He's brought the two-hander to 2023. This ball right here, and just didn't have the paddle ready to finish down the line.
And Newman pops that one up.
And looky here, they're on to 6. So can it get to 11? 6, 7 doesn't matter. Boy, a couple missed thirds from Callan Dawson there. I know that little walk he's taking is thinking about that.
5-6-1.
Anybody's game right now. Oh, Newman able to defend, but just could not sneak it in.
And Tyler Loong just is feeling the lob vibe out there right now, Drew. He doesn't lob hardly ever, especially off the backhand. That was perfectly executed. Got them off the kitchen and won the rally.
There's Dawson.
Yeah, get the ball right back. So again, now the fundamentals have to get you to the finish line. Make those thirds, get to the kitchen line, and then wear them down.
Another chance to score here for Loong and Dawson. They have hung in here in game 2, and they've withstood a Riley Newman barrage. Can they continue to do it?
And sometimes when you try something you don't hit a lot, you say, oh, the first one worked, I'm going to go again there. So Loong put up another lob. That one not successful.
Oh, Matt Wright. Perhaps at this point in the match, chased a lot of lobs, done a lot of moving, maybe just a little winded.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the shot selection there, Drew. I think he's let Riley run down most of the lobs, so it's just a matter of here's another one.
Go get one more. Fell in. Loong going right back at Newman. How about this array of shots?
Oh. And Loong and Dawson and myself are looking in the heavens because they played such a perfect point there. This lob coming up here from Dawson is brilliant, and then he got a ball and he just had to tap down. The court was wide open.
Tag that time by Matt Wright.
Inside out, and Tyler Loong says, I've seen enough of this. I guarantee you that Callan Dawson does not have titanium plates in his hips. That's not why the ball is cracked. I really love the point construction that Loong and Dawson, they're being patient. They've had a couple of balls to put away they didn't quite make, but they're right there. They're right there for the first time in a while against this team.
So Riley Newman serving. And Matt Wright again able to score. Dawson hits it into the net. We're tied at 7.
Yeah, Dawson wasn't able to hit through that. He hit down on it.
Dawson, oh, what was he thinking there?
He was wishing that that ball wasn't so shallow to the net. He saw that the paddle position from Wright had to be down the line, but it was so short to the net, there was nothing he could do. That's a great ball by Wright. Didn't look like it off the paddle.
Newman able to recover. Tremendous athleticism. How about this defense? Not that time.
Yeah, Loong's the last place you want a floater to be sitting. He's going to go get you.
No, wrong side.
Just whips that left arm through there. It's beautiful to watch.
But right now he is just hammering.
Yeah, you talk about some of those lefty pitchers in the major leagues with that lively arm. He's definitely got similar.
Do you think, as that ball goes over, and a sorry not sorry from Matt Wright, do you think the best days are ahead for Tyler Loong?
I think he just has to keep playing the way he has. I like where he's at, and I like this partnership. It's a good one.
Into the net from Newman.
So I'm not going to say the best days. The days are already good. I think the challenge for him and other players is the youngsters that are coming for him.
Sure.
So can they maintain? And what are they doing to add to their repertoire so it's not the same way? I'm seeing a two-handed backhand from Matt Wright, for example. What's Tyler going to add?
Always got to add a little something to your game. Otherwise, the opposition will read you like an open book.
And they're coming. All of them are coming. Anna Bright, no one had even talked about in January of last year. Now she's going to be playing in the semifinals coming up here a little later.
Oh, great hands battle, and it's Loong once again. He has come alive in game 2.
Yeah, no, the scoreboard says Ernie, but that was a Burt, and what a Burt is when you jump in front of your partner for an Ernie. Welcome to Sesame Street.
There's Loong. Thought about it, couldn't get to it. Leaves Dawson alone. Oh, great point. How about this, Dave?
It's fantastic.
Yeah! Unreal.
Side out.
I mean, the grind to play that much defense from the baseline and not panic and not try to do too much. And then Loong got one on the forehand and finished it. That was epic pickleball at 8 apiece.
Second serve.
Callan Dawson gets tagged there as Riley Newman came roaring in.
Wright's got to go get it. Oh, goes off his foot, Dave.
So you want to do a circle of your route needs to be a C, and you got to go around it. And he may have lost it in the sun, but the route was straight, and that's not the one you want to follow when you're tracking down a lob. You want to do a C around it. He went straight. Oh no. And then a missed third after just a gift.
8-9-1.
So side out now, Wright and Newman. Still need a point to tie. What a game two this has been. And this is as good as Tyler Loong has played in a long time.
I love the way he's playing. He's been playing great throughout 2023. And again, reading the paddle of his opponent. Riley Newman was stunned that there was a paddle waiting for that attack.
Dawson barely gets it over. Here comes Newman. Retreating again. Dawson. Loong. Oh, wow. Just insane defense in the put away by Wright.
Both sides had opportunities to finish it. Wow. The level of this match has risen as all four players are playing at their absolute best. That's why it's 9 apiece.
Both teams bringing out the best in one another for sure. Oh, Matt Wright can't lift it. Side out.
A little ambitious on a very low, unattackable ball. Opportunity. They got to make their thirds here.
Oh, Newman just knew that opening was there.
And Loong just is walking back. He cannot believe it because he got an attack in the middle of the court and couldn't finish it. They were so smart. They pushed Riley back a little bit behind him. And can they get to 10 here? Again, that third shot drop, getting up to the kitchen is so critical here. They made the first one and had a chance.
And that's off the paddle of Dawson and out of bounds. Side out now to Wright and Newman. We're tied at 9s here in Phoenix. The JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open. Drew Felios and Dave Fleming The Johns brothers have advanced to Championship Sunday. What is the other half going to look like? We're finding out now. Short, and we have got match point.
10-9-1.
Newman and Wright can't finish it.
Riley got exactly what he wanted, but Loong was able to keep it in a relatively safe place, and Matt Wright couldn't finish it.
One more chance to do it here. Newman goes for it and gets it. Riley Newman and Matt Wright. Another one that went down to the wire in game number 2, but they get the victory 11-5, 11-9. Certainly wasn't easy.
Welcome back once more to Championship Court. Riley Newman, Matt Wright have punched their ticket to Championship Sunday. Guys, congratulations. The team you just played has a lot of patience and a lot of patience thinking at the kitchen line. What do you need to do to come away with the win?
Yeah, I think in that first and second game, we kind of attacked too soon. And so if we just be patient, a little bit more selective, I know sometimes that's not in our DNA to be super patient. We like to play aggressive pickleball. I think that's exciting for the fans when we get all these fast exchanges. But if we were just dialed in, waited a few more times, then we would finally get a ball that we liked, and then bombs away, and here comes the hands.
Well, we get a repeat of the Masters finals. You're going to see the Johns duo in the final. You've played them many times before. What do you need to do this time around?
When we play them, it's just execution. I think we've talked about this before. They have their style, we have ours. I don't think there are going to be any big surprises. And yeah, like I said, it's who executes better. They'll try to slow it down. As a general rule, we like to be a little bit more aggressive, and we'll see what happens.
Well, Riley, this is your hometown. You've got your family here supporting you. Is that fueling your fire this weekend?
Definitely got the Newman crew out here loud and proud, but not only my family's here, I got a bunch of my Phoenix friends, so definitely fun playing in front of the hometown crowd, and hopefully they bring it tomorrow.
All right, guys, good luck on Sunday. And with that, we're going to go to the ladies now. We've got our 2 semifinals coming up. Drew.
Really impressed with what they've done today. They beat the #1 seed, the defending champion, Lucy Kovalova and Callie Smith, 11-8 in the third. And then they've run into a terrific team, Andrea Koop and Georgia Johnson. You always wonder, can you follow up a big upset with another good performance? They got wrecked in the first game, 11-1 of that match, and I'm not surprised by that. But like I said earlier, the first quarter doesn't matter. You throw that away and get into the second and third game, and they win 11-7, 11-9 to get here. And we have the new duo, Leigh Jansen and Elise Jones. Elise Jones will put on a show with her effort.
So off we go from Phoenix. Leigh Jansen on the left near side of your screen now switches on the right from our vantage point. Elise Jones serving. And on the opposite side, you see Oshiro. She is in the pink reddish tank top right there with the ball. And her partner, Sarah Ansberry, to her left. Into the net from Elise Jones.
Sarah Ansberry, one of the great instructors. Palmetto Dunes down in Hilton Head. Loves the sport, loves to teach the sport.
Yeah, she is tremendous. Also was Dave a tennis coach at Pacific University as well. She has made a seamless transition into this game of pickleball. Good defense by Shearer. So Shearer now to serve, former Boise State star and a part of Team Yola. A good get by Jansen, and she tees off.
Yeah, Shearer is probably a player a lot of people haven't seen. This is a talented lady. Not surprised that they were able to pull off a couple upsets here. Can they keep it going here to get to Sunday?
Great get by Jansen. Jones quick as a cat. Oh, yeah.
So we talked earlier, we saw her former partner, at least Jones's partner, Ignatowich, play earlier today. This new partnership is interesting. Leigh Jansen can be the alpha on the left and let Elise Jones just keep setting the table and then find her opportunities.
Off the paddle that time of Jones. Nicely done by Shearer. Spent some time with Leigh Jansen. She talked about pairing with Elise Jones and how excited she was, Dave, how their skills just complemented each other perfectly. Jansen thought about the ATP, just couldn't get to it.
Great ball by Shearer. That had a lot of top spin and side spin, and Jansen just couldn't track it down. And there's no doubt that Elise Jones is the partner everyone would love to have. From an effort and demeanor standpoint and support, nothing better.
Absolutely selfless, too.
Yes. Mom, I mean, just a grinder, too, from a practice perspective. Really, really puts the time off the tour, but on the court to make herself better.
Shearer into the net. Yeah, you see Jones and that movement. She was a great volleyball player at one point, wasn't she?
She'll be digging balls out here, too. You just can't bump and set it.
Jones takes care of it. So a side out now to Jansen and Jones. They're down 4-1 here. And game number 1. Hit wide.
Yeah, and this is one of those opportunities when the draw works out the way it is, and this is the chance to get to Sunday in a different matchup than either team thought they would have. You got to seize the moment. A couple of misses by Ansbury. See if they keep putting the ball there or not. You know, sometimes you want to force a player on the other side to work their way out of an issue.
Ansbury's so good fundamentally.
Yeah, the opportunity there usually is to just make pace happen and see if she'll reset it. She has added offense to her game and obviously playing exceptional with the ladies she sent to the back draw today.
And there's Leigh Jansen.
Just absolute swat sitting on that. And you know what? Jansen and Jones are happy. You play the left on this point, then we're going to switch. Just play straight up.
Side out.
But there, just that little hand slap from Elise Jones it's huge for Leigh Jansen too. Leigh wants to feed off positive energy. He's been looking for that in a partner and now really feels good about it. Now will the results follow is the question.
That certainly makes all the difference. Sarah Ansbury now to serve. It's tied at 4. Jones, big overhead. Tell you what, you rarely see the chemistry.
Yeah. Hey, Leigh, I played volleyball. I know how to spike something.
4-4-1.
Almost went down. Glad she caught her footing.
Also, do you think, Dave, the color coordination is a factor?
That's not an accident. And look at that laughter from Elise Jones. I mean, you can tell when people are enjoying being in a semifinal. These two certainly are here. They were down early, and now they've put a nice little run together.
Second serve.
Elise Jones is staring a absolute hole through the Yola there. There's no way I did that.
Second serve now. There's Jones once more, got a piece of her.
Just missed Shearer with that attack there. I love the choice. Just needs to get that down.
Second serve.
That's a great take by Elise Jones that helps your partner get up to the kitchen line.
Four, 5-2.
Ansbury and Ashiro able to tie it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful job by Ansbury there. Of when you roll the dink as heavily as Elise Jones is there, you can leave it up sometimes, and great reach in by Ansbury.
Oh, Jones can't get it back.
Yeah, Ansbury was ready for the attack there, and they're snuck back in front.
6-5-2.
Ansbury able to score once again. I tell you what, this team does not make a lot of mistakes, do they?
They've been solid, and I think Jansen and Jones need to go think about what side they want people to be on, and they're going to do that formally with the timeout.
So here's Ansbury to serve. 2-point lead. Oh, she's got her a little bit flat-footed right now.
Yeah, they're pushing Jones and Jansen back, and Ansbury continues to reach in and flick that backhand down, and it's working.
And Elise Jones with the answer. Side out now for Jansen and Jones, trailing by 3.
5-8-1.
Leigh Jansen grew up in Spokane, Washington, has moved to Austin, Texas. How about this defense? Tremendous from Shearer and Ansbury, and it forces the error.
Oh, and then a humongous wind-up and swing by Elise Jones that is off the green monster for a double. Wow.
That's what good defense does. It frustrates you, doesn't it?
And you try to do too much, and you get a mistake.
that's what it's doing right now as Jansen feeling it.
So let's see how this partnership can hold together here.
8-5-1.
And right now you see Jansen and Jones at the moment not responding very well to the pressure.
No, and making frustrating choices.
9-5-1.
Shearer again. Boy, this is a big surprise to me, Dave. Wow.
Yeah, they look fantastic, and
Timeout receiver.
Sarah Ansbury has been pushing the pace, and since I'm from Pittsburgh, she's using the Gamma black and gold 412. That's the area code in Pittsburgh paddle. It's Jansen and Jones have to match it.
So game point. See if they can regroup. Making Elise Jones go up high, and now Jansen can't get it back. Shearer and Ansbury, they have come to play on championship court.
Yeah, and Jansen and Jones need to regroup because maybe they walked out on court and said, hey, we're playing the 17th seed to play on championship Sunday? Yay. Oh, not yay anymore. They better get going.
Never know what you're going to get on the Carvana PPA Tour. Not March, it's February, but right now feels like a little bit of March Madness, doesn't it?
Certainly does, and again, now the sun is going down, so the ball is going to play faster.
0-0-2.
Jansen and Jones need to buckle up.
And that is what Jansen needs more of.
And Ansbury trying to carry over that great play from game one, got very ambitious with the selection and the ball positioning.
0-0-1.
Shearer picking her spots, but Elise Jones ready and waiting.
Yeah, so got a little come on out of her, got a little help from the tape too, but sometimes that is what ignites the confidence that you have.
1-0-1.
This team going to try and feed off that. There's Jones right down the middle.
Yeah, the ball hadn't even hit the ground, and she had already done a 180 to the crowd to show them how excited she is.
0-1.
Boom.
And that is out.
Just wide there, and a quick lead here, and they're going to play at a lightning pace with the lead here, Drew.
Yeah, cannot serve it soon enough. See if Ansbury and Shearer can keep up. And right now, they look like they're struggling just a little bit, keeping up with that pace.
Well, Jansen and Jones went to the position I think is much more powerful for them, which is Jansen on the left for the entire time. Wow.
Timeout right here, Dave?
Needs to be. It desperately needs to be. You cannot lose a game in 7 minutes, but they're on their way.
They decide to play on. Remember, Ansbury like a coach on the court. Trying to play her way out of this.
And a panicky shot there. The timeout has, and they talked about it, and they're not doing it. I mean, this is less than 2 minutes, and it's 6-0.
Jansen and Jones on fire here in game two.
And the 4-1-2 paddle just hit the ground there as Jansen and Jones have found the energy, they've found the smiles back, and they look fantastic.
7-0 here in game number 2. Stay tuned. So what we thought we were going to see from Jones and Jansen, we're finally starting to see here in game 2.
Are we ever?
At least Jones to serve. The floodgates have opened.
This is 8 on a 1, too. Okay, this is 8 points on the first server.
8-0-1.
Will Ansbury and O'Shea at least switch sides or something? They're not gonna.
Jansen rushed in.
And that's the first out of control anything in 8 points, and yet it's still second server here.
Just long that time from Jansen. She went for it.
Yeah, so again, when they were losing, they were starting bad attacks and making bad choices. For 8 consecutive points, they didn't do it. The last 2 they did.
Second serve.
Ansbury upset herself that time.
And she's playing a few feet off the baseline. That's where you want to keep her.
0-8-2.
Lob. Just a little bit long, and Dave, you can kind of hear by the sound of the ball, significantly cooler. Sun has gone down 64 degrees right now in the court.
Every degree south speeds up the ball.
Jansen with another winner.
And just dominating from the left side, and we didn't see it in game number 1. And she is destroying Ansbury on these cross-court dink battles, waiting for a mistake or a ball that's up.
Jones comes up swinging. Jansen nearly got there.
And it took a dribbler net cord to get out of that.
9-0-2.
And was it touched by Jones? I don't think so.
I think she got out of the way, and we have a chance at a pickle, which means you got 0 in a particular game.
Shearer battling and able to win the point.
And Elise Jones playing from the deck. You can count on that a couple of times a match. There she was.
0-10-1.
They're finally going to switch sides and put Ansbury on the right.
So Shearer and Ansbury trying to break up this pickle. Right now it is very much in effect. Ansbury says, come on, let's go. Touches the net. Ansbury can't do anything with it.
Yeah, and O'Shea and Ansbury are still smiling despite the fact that they're staring down pickle point number 2. I mean, the good news, as we've discussed, is the points aren't cumulative, so it's very unlikely they're winning game 2, but it won't matter. It'll be 0-0 game 3.
Second serve.
That time the net is in the favor of O'Shea and Ansbury, and we've seen O'Shea hit about 7 balls in this game too. Kept Ansbury focused.
Jones and Jansen trying to finish it off here in game 2. Lob. It is in. Drop a dime. Elise Jones.
And throws her hands up as if we are watching Gladiator. Are you not entertained, says Elise Jones. Look at this. Gorgeous topspin lob, clean winner. Wow, 11-0.
Women's doubles semifinals continue here. Elise Jones serving with Leah Jansen after serving up the pickle in that last game. So let's see if Ansbury and Ashiro have got an answer. That's a good start.
And that's what the first game looked like, with Ansbury reaching in and flicking winners on the one-handed backhand. That's a big shot here, because if you got down, you're definitely thinking the cumulative effect, even though it doesn't count on the scoreboard. Your mind can't erase it.
Second serve.
We'll switch sides at 6, of course, here as well, Drew. So it's critical, I think, that Ansbury and Oshiro get a point or two right now.
If you're just joining us, Oshiro and Ansbury, they've had just an incredible day. Upsets galore, but right now this team of Jansen and Jones gelling right before our eyes.
And Ansbury's got to cover that middle attack there. That's a couple of times that Jansen's been able to put it right down the middle.
They're going to call that wide. And the ball confirmed out.
So they can challenge it. They're having a discussion. It was confirmed by the referee. Still could challenge if you wanted, though, to be clear. They choose not to.
Yeah, we do have official Don Stanek standing by with us here in the booth to look at a replay if need be.
13 in a row.
2-0-1.
Oh, nicely done by Shiro.
So you see that Jones is fading and sliding to the right to protect that one-handed flick by Ansbury, but couldn't get that down there. And then bad footwork on the third there. So this was a chance to maybe make it 3 or 4 and really put the pressure on.
Boy, it has been forever since Ashiro and Ansbury were able to score.
And they finally get it right there. You reverse jinx them there, Drew. I'm sure they're happy. Keep saying it, says the Ansbury Nation and Oshiro families.
Now Ashiro serving. It's funny how this game of pickleball works. Elise Jones just playing free.
Yep, inside out. Just this team is so much better, in my opinion, in this formation.
1-2-2.
Another lob. Jones handles it easy. Jones goes for the lob. Shiro chases it down, and now Jansen into the net.
Yes. 2-2-2.
So 2-2. After the error by Jansen, you saw Elise Jones immediately rushed to her partner, said, don't worry about it, and they get one back.
And a hefty high five that is still stinging Leah Jansen's right hand. Don't think that Elise Jones doesn't bring the high five pace, too. She certainly does. Sometimes you win 11-0 and you relax again, so you got to amp up to have that same level of intensity in the third game here.
Leah Jansen, right now she is having fun. And, you know, we followed her ascension in the world of pickleball over the past 2 years. It's good to see Leah really smile and enjoy it today, isn't it?
She absolutely is. Maybe didn't enjoy game 1 here as much as she would have liked, but certainly now she is.
They got a 1-point lead.
Second serve.
Ooh. Okay, called out on the. Okay, challenge time.
So challenges put into effect here on this semifinal Saturday. Elise Jones and Leigh Jansen challenging the call on the line.
3-2-2. We will proceed with video review. After review, the call stands. The ball was out. The challenge is lost. Timeout is lost. We resume play at 3-2-2.
Give it up, folks. Video challenge. So Jansen and Jones continue on the serve here. Still a 3-2 lead. And there's Leigh Jansen.
Yeah, and the same pattern is working for them. They're going to the Ansbury backhand. Jones is looking for something, and Leigh Jansen's looking to finish. Little flip around to the head, got a friendly word from the crowd, apparently did Jansen. Oh my.
Saw the hesitation between the two. Saw one of those moments there with a new team, the miscommunication.
Yeah. They got out of that, though, and then they left it up, and Ansbury's been attacking down the line. That time she went cross-court with her attack and set up the finish. That's a smart adjustment by Ansbury.
2-4-1.
So just two down here, a Shearer to serve. And Jansen misses one.
Yeah, after playing as clean a game as you possibly can in game two, there's a freebie.
If you're just joining us, this team of Oshiro and Ansbury, they've had themselves quite a day. Took down Kovalova and Smith, also Johnson and Coop as well.
Yeah, the top seed, the 8th seed, that's the defending champion, sending them home. That's a heck of a win, and they've kept it going.
Trickles over. Why not another lob? And that's long.
So I love the lobs over Ansbury as they're pushing her to be able to deal with that. So Shearer's got to go track it down, and a much better overhead from Jansen there than the last one. And now we've lost the ball in the couch. We're looking for the remote. We can't find anything. Let's get a new one.
You think maybe there's a new ball somewhere around the court. Finally, Elise Jones comes up with it.
Yeah, nice sportsmanship to show the ball. Obviously, some are a little more worn in that basket than others, and that definitely affects play.
Commercial.
Timeout on the court. 4-3, game number 3. Jansen and Jones in the lead. Quite a day here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Women's semifinals going on right now at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open, powered by Foot Solutions. Jansen and Jones in the near court, attacking.
And a great job by Elise Jones. A perfect drop, barely over the net. You know your opponent's got to hit up. Came in and just sneaks it behind Oshiro. That's beautiful pickleball.
Oh, little luck never hurts.
Six, switch in. 6, 3,
I was about to
1.
say, everybody's walking back to the wrong side here. It's like the boxer that's stunned and you go to the wrong corner. Wait, you're not my manager. Okay, so that's a big net cord there, though, because 11-0, getting farther in the rearview mirror, but still memorable, and now they're doubling up here in game number 3. And this opportunity to play on Sunday, these are getting better and better. Their wins today are incredible, but they got to get one more for it to truly make an impact.
Elise Jones puts it in play here. 6-3. Jansen's playing with some confidence.
She is, and I thought Bobby O'Shiro might have the defense of the day to get the ball back. She made 2 incredible resets earlier in that point, and then it's the net cord.
Ansbury trying to put it on her plate. How about Elise Jones? Oh, just a little short.
And that ball might have been going deep. That's why Jones missed that. That's a reset she'll always make. But then that, should I let it go? Enters. Your brain shouldn't let you have so many thoughts at once.
7-3. Another lob. Shearer there. Elise Jones comes up to finish. Oh, Shearer, a great stop. Is it in?
It is not. And Elise Jones' lobs have been on point here, and then she came flying across the court. She would have had a finish that would have lit the world on fire, but it hit the tape. They still get the win in that rally.
Quite an impressive showing over the last 2 games for Leigh Jansen and Elise Jones. In the far court, here is Leigh Jansen to serve. 8-3 the score. Jansen misfires.
Oh, and they had Sarah Ansbury backing up. They struggled to get in. The net cord helped them make it to the kitchen. This is absolute go time for Ansbury and O'Shiro.
O'Shiro left her part of the court open.
And again, when you're down, you try and hit a 6-pointer, which does not exist here in pickleball. You got to go one at a time, and you have to choose your spots wisely.
And that one short as well. So a side out, but no damage done from Ansbury to Shearer.
Side out.
8-3-1.
All the momentum right now with the team in white and black.
Well, they have not had that figured out in the middle, but it hasn't hurt them.
Lob it to Ansbury. It's long.
That's a ball that Elise Jones has to hammer. Sometimes you're cute with that, but that was a ball she had up. She had Ansbury backing up too, which makes the lob even harder. And your visuals are off because she's not right at the kitchen.
Speed it up. Jansen does the trick.
And when Jansen or Jones has been speeding it up in the middle, it was a late reaction here from O'Shiro as you see this coming in, and that just pops the ball up.
Just not much firepower coming from O'Shiro and Ansbury right now.
No, and she's retreating, and she is a target, and we are at match go to Sunday point.
Leigh Jansen. O'Shiro is long. It's Jones and it's Jansen. Championship Sunday. Here we come.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to to championship court. We've got our girls headed to championship Sunday. Elise Jones, Leah Jansen. Guys, congratulations. You lost game 1, but you came back with a resounding 11-0 in game 2. What turned that around for you?
We just made an adjustment based off of how they were playing us, and we just worked that I was better on the right and Leigh on the left, and she played like a beast.
Well, Leah, you came up against a team that you really haven't had too many matches against before. They're pretty new. How did you prepare for this, and how did you change the game plan as you worked through it?
We kind of did it as we went. Honestly, I had nothing to go off of. So after the first game, we kind of just said we're going to play our game, and we knew where we wanted to attack, and we just kind of went from there.
Well, Elise, this marks your first ever PPA final. You get the chance to go for the title for the very first time. How excited are you to play tomorrow?
It's a dream right now. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be playing next to this girl. She's so fun to play with, and she makes me laugh on the court, and she just plays like a savage, so I love her.
All right, guys, good luck tomorrow. Can't wait to watch you guys compete in that. Back over to you guys.
Catherine Parenteau as she's playing today, or the woman on the other side of the court right now, Anna Bright. Anna Bright and Anna Leigh Waters looked tremendous at the Masters a couple weeks ago, just wrecked the field. Catherine Parenteau and Anna Leigh are also undefeated, but have been pushed a little bit. We saw them pushed earlier today. Anna Bright would like nothing more to say, you guys go play for bronze, and oh, by the way, I'm the better partner.
Underway. Second women's doubles semifinal. So it's Bright and David in the near court. Parenteau and Waters in the far court. Good get by David. How about the defense? Try to find a kink in Vivian David's game.
Oh, more please. Drew, what a track down by Anna Bright on the lob. And then Vivian David with the finish. And, you know, we didn't talk about her involvement in all this, but she is playing lights out, played tremendous mixed doubles with Thomas Wilson yesterday as well. So this is going to be fantastic.
Into the net that time.
Yeah, and that's a ball there. You see Smiley Viv even after a miss.
Always positive.
Oh, we talked about Elise Jones as a great partner. Vivian David is a great partner as well. Two talented ladies who also always have the back of their partner.
Side out. It's the top of the tape. Side out coming up for Parenteau and Waters.
And that pattern looked very nice. David had 2 swings at balls to start here in the middle that she could finish.
0-0-1.
Vivian David, nicely done.
She sits on that backhand side, Drew, and says, bring it.
0-0-2. Side out. Zero, 0-1.
Still waiting for our first point. And it's David and Bright.
And look at Vivian David go back behind. Anna Leigh Waters was closing hard in the middle with the Teoni, and just a beautiful block back cross court from David.
Oh, Parenteau, way to stay with it.
And Anna Bright sprinting back to the line. This is going to be fast-paced.
Falls right in front of Anna Leigh, able to dig it up. Oh, ATP, beautiful.
And Vivian David and Anna Bright have all the energy right now, Drew.
It is on here on championship court.
When I saw this come together, I just was rubbing my hands together. Let's go.
So 2-0 edge for Bright and David. Anna Leigh going up top a couple times.
Yeah, and David tried to be a little too precise for the drop there.
0-1.
Anna Leigh Waters taking everybody's best shot nowadays. Certainly going to get it here. Now it's Parenteau to serve.
0-2.
Oh, they just moved it around beautifully that time.
Anna Bright made a ridiculous recovery behind her with the two-handed backhand to keep it safe, but David kept getting pushed back.
Bright hammering, and now David can't straighten it out.
Another terrific exchange. David had sat forehand there and they got it caught on the left side of her body. Couldn't get the paddle up. This is fantastic, Drew.
Tied at 2. Just the level of play, the intensity. You can feel it anywhere in this complex right now.
Love it, and I love the fact that it's clean to start. Everybody's making their thirds. This is get to the kitchen and then go get the lady in front of you.
Great defense by Anna Leigh, but she can't return it as Anna Bright stayed on top of her.
3-1. Second serve.
That is everything about swinging hard at a two-handed backhand. Full rotation of the core, and a rip just caught the net.
Is it in?
Just missed it, and Anna Bright agrees with the call, so everyone was screaming challenge, but no one had a better look at it than her.
Anna Leigh Waters.
So she takes a step towards Parenteau, knowing that's where the ball's going before you even hit it on the other side. That's how good her anticipation is.
Point.
And now Anna Leigh Waters has joined the Lob University here, and that was perfectly struck.
Anna Leigh into the net. You see David, the positive reinforcement we talked about, Dave. She actually won the Pro XR Pickleball Sportsmanship Award.
Not a surprise at all.
On the line, Anna Leigh plays it. Here's Parenteau. And Bright, clipped by the tape.
So that's the difference in anticipation. Bright was just that half a second late of jumping in there and doing something, and then the ball is lower than she wanted and missed it.
They've got a 2-point lead.
Point.
And right now, Anna Leigh Waters tying up Anna Bright just a bit.
Yeah, so someone that loves the two-handed backhand, if they don't go scorpion and protect the body with the forehand, you can jam them up in the body. So beautiful shot selection from Anna Leigh Waters.
#1 women's player in the world. Waters getting it done. 6-3 here. Game #1. Parenteau and Waters withstood an early flurry from Bright and David. Parenteau to serve.
Yeah, Parenteau's playing so solid, and Anna Leigh Waters jumping everywhere. So much pressure on Parenteau walking out on this court, knowing everything that surrounds this. And her game is stellar here since that little bit tough early going.
Oh, a little mixed up there. David eventually takes care of it. Leigh with the drop. Well executed.
Leigh starring as Geppetto. Unbelievable. She took a half volley lob over these two athletic ladies, and then the drop shot. She is bouncing, the ponytails everywhere. They are phenomenal right now.
And that would hit long, so right now it is all Waters and Parenteau.
9-3-2.
Hitting the gas pedal. That is on the line.
And timeout maybe. Now they're going to try and play through it, but this is an onslaught, Drew.
10-3-2.
Another lob. David there. Catherine watches it go out of bounds. Oh, 11-3. They turned it up, and Brighton David had no answer. Leigh Waters dialed in here on championship court. Her and Parenteau take care of business. 11-3 in that first game as we start game number 2. Dave, quick story. Back in 2001, I covered a young athlete by the name of Jordan Larson, volleyball player, state of Nebraska. She went on to become one of the best ever in USA volleyball. Of all the athletes I've seen on the female side, Leigh Waters, in my mind, better than her. She's one of the premier best athletes I've ever covered.
And she just turned 16. Another short hop lob.
It's a little bit wide that time. I'm talking about mental focus, dialing in to a level that few are able to match.
Yeah, she's a special talent and is only going to get better. That's the last thing the rest of the ladies wanted me to say there. So David and Wright just need to settle down and make balls. Let's grind out some really long points in the kitchen and not let this chaos happen to them.
Parenteau and Waters a 2-0 lead. Catherine caught by surprise that time, and it's a side out.
I like the energy of these two.
Finish it off.
And she is using the lob brilliantly here.
0-2-2.
David with a smash.
Great track down there of another perfect lob by Leigh, and she went into the no-go zone on Vivian David, though. That backhand is always ready to rumble.
Side out.
That one hit long by Anna Bright.
That can't happen right now. You got to be able to stack good points on top of each other. Wild miss on the third there.
Second serve.
And right at the feet of Parenteau.
You hear Anna Bright talking to herself, trying to get that fire lit.
Point.
So now that Leigh Waters is threatening with you with the lob, people are easing off the kitchen line, which gives you way more room for an aggressive dink. It's a smart strategy.
Little paddle collision right there.
Yes. Leigh sneaking in there. They like having her aggressive two-handed backhand in the middle.
1-3-1. Point.
And that was all set off by a very short service return from Parenteau.
2-3-1.
Welcoming David in right to the kitchen.
Second serve.
Oh, another one that gets away from Vivian David.
And if nothing sums up Vivian David more than her saying sugar after she missed that dink.
And right into the net as well. Just cannot make these errors.
Now they're trying to manufacture energy, but the fundamentals are not there right now.
3-2-1.
Oh, beauty from Anna Bright.
Second serve.
And maybe that will be the one. Stood her ground nicely there.
3-2-2.
On the line from Captain Parenteau.
And off the tape, that was heading into a place where David was very comfortable with the shot height until it clipped the tape.
4-2-2.
4-2 now. Parenteau steps up. David is there. And Waters. Well, she's just not missing right now.
No, and Parenteau's so smart with, you know, she could have tried something heroic with that ball that barely went over. What'd she do? Just rolled it into a safe place. We're ahead in the point.
11-3, 5-2 here in game number 2. Parenteau and Waters, can anyone slow them down? The women's number 1, Leigh Waters, with Catherine Parenteau by her side. Right now, look like an unstoppable force here on championship court. 5-2 in game 2. And there's Anna Bright. Need a lot more of that.
Yeah, she's sick of watching balls go over Vivian David's head, so that's a high-level tennis player overhead there.
Waters lobs it up. Anna Bright, again, a big overhead. Leigh was able to dig it out, but hit it long.
So clearly lobbing was in the pregame game plan because she's doing that one time she had to defensively there, but this is the time they need to push that scoreboard pressure away and get even.
Into the net from David. Parenteau gets it done.
Just slimmest of margins over the net from Parenteau. Great strike.
Second serve now, Anna Bright. Leigh, she has been lethal.
And that is just the no-fly zone. Come on. She's sees the two-handed. She's only responsible for down the line because she knows that Parenteau's in the middle for cross court and just crushes it.
Talked about the advantage that Waters and Parenteau have with the great coaching with Athena Trulio and, of course, Mom Leigh Waters coaching up Leigh. These two right now are like a buzzsaw. I think they could give any men's doubles team right now a big run for their money.
Wow, there's a big, bold statement. I'll let you sit with that one.
6-3-2.
I mean, could they beat several of the men's teams? The way they're playing right now, I don't know.
Parenteau is absolutely so comfortable with Leigh Waters to her right now, and she is looking fantastic in this role, and they haven't switched back and forth, so you know what ball you're going to get.
3-2.
And
team, you are out of timeouts.
wow, the chance to play next to her, Catherine Parenteau, is seizing it right now.
So hard to predict the future, but it is going to be a tough road back for Leigh Waters to get back to the level she was at and to match the level that's going on right now. It's going to be really interesting,
Yes.
the future of mother and daughter.
No doubt about it. Getting that surgery in a couple weeks.
Wright chasing it down. David can't finish. There's that defensive Leigh. And the net gods coming through.
Wow. Little scorpion in the middle from Parenteau there, too, to defend her body.
Into the net from Parenteau. And now side out.
4-7-1.
Just cannot take advantage of the opportunities they've been presented.
No, that's got to be made, especially against this team, because they're making every third. Like, the fundamental victory is a big part of the scoreboard.
Just long.
So Anna Bright's had some nice looks at this, especially on that two-handed backhand, and hasn't made them.
7-4-1.
Parenteau and Waters trying to pick up the pace. Rightfully so. That's why right there.
You know, you might ask me, should they side change? No, Vivian David loves being over there on that right side.
But right now, no spot on the court is comfortable on that far side.
No, that attack up. David had a good look at it. She's defending it perfectly, but sometimes up around your head, you can't get the right swing and you swat it straight down. That's what she did there.
Parenteau comes through.
Just, that is outrageous from Parenteau there. She was absolutely in jail and found 7 get out of jail free cards on the Monopoly board.
Match point. Catherine Parenteau, Leigh Waters, no doubt whatsoever. 11-3, 11-4, championship Sunday. Here we come.
Well, welcome back, everyone, one last time to Championship Court, where Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters are headed to Championship Sunday tomorrow. Guys, you played great out there. It felt like your opponents weren't really able to find a rhythm in either game. Was that part of the game plan?
Yes, I mean, our game plan was to be aggressive right off the bat, and I think we did a really good job, and we were super aggressive, and the crowd was on fire. So, yeah, it went well for us.
Guys, it seemed like you went back to that lob again and again and again. Was that part of the strategy that you talked about before?
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, a lot of times, especially in the women's game, people like to reach into the kitchen. So, you know, we just want to get them off their feet. We know they're really good at the kitchen line and can win a lot of points that way. So if we're in trouble, just throw up a lob and kind of reset the point. I just want to say that last year here, I was playing with my mom in the bronze medal match about this time. So it's cool to come back, be with Catherine, have my mom coaching, but now we're on to the finals.
Well, guys, it's a first-time duo that you will meet in the final tomorrow, as well as Elise. It's our first time ever playing in a PPA final. It's going to be a different look. How do you prepare differently for that matchup?
I think we can go home and maybe watch some film from today's matches and, yeah, come up with a plan and talk with Leigh tonight and figure it out for tomorrow.
Guys, you're going to rock it. Good luck tomorrow. Drew, take us away.